Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Oh, you are talking about that proposal. The one I had offered you before we were interrupted by Professor Xavier. At first, I didn't realize what proposal she was talking about. But then I remembered that I had asked Gwen if I could join her on her patrol that day. Yes, that one. Gwen confirmed that it was the same one. She must be talking in such a cryptic tone because she didn't want to reveal her identity as Spider-Woman in case anyone was listening. Are you sure? I asked because I knew what it implied. Captain Stacy already knew about my powers as well as my suit. Once he saw me together with Spider-Woman, he would easily put it together that Gwen was Spider-Woman. Yes, I have thought a lot about it. Seeing Father's reaction when he saw you fighting against Sabretooth on the television, I realized that I could trust him about my identity. Moreover, I am sure that MJ and Harry would also have no problem when they learn of this. I know I can trust them. Then why not? I agreed as the patrol would just be perfect to test the newly created Dragon Claws. Moreover, I didn't have a good talk with Gwen in the recent days. Alright, meet me at your home tonight. We will continue our talk then. Looks like her father was busy today. That's why she would be at my home tonight. Okay. See ya later. I bid her goodbye and ended the call. So, what was that proposal you were talking about with Gwen? Emma asked me in that icy tone of hers she usually used at those people she was annoyed with or just didn't like. This icy tone of hers was something which was rarely used at me since she was interested in me. Looks like Emma felt jealous after hearing me talk with Gwen. It is not what you think, Emma. So, don't be jealous. I clarified to Emma that it was not for a romantic escapade that I was meeting with Gwen. Sorry. I got a little overprotective. Emma apologized with a blush on her face. Although not much had changed after her confession to me, Emma was now openly affectionate with me and didn't hide that she was interested in me. Now, Peter. Don't be too hard on Emma. You know that it is all because she likes you. Kitty said in a teasing tone upon hearing our conversation. Alright, enough teasing, Emma. I stopped the teasing of Emma when it had just started because I knew how much it could escalate. Anyways, about the proposal I was talking about with Gwen, I can't tell you about it. But you will learn what it was about tomorrow. They would obviously learn about Gwen's identity as Spider-Woman, but after living with them for a month, I knew that I could trust them. Alright, since we will learn about it tomorrow, there is no need for us to ask you anything. Let's keep it a surprise. Kitty said. By the way, Professor Xavier asked me for my blood sample today morning. When I asked what it was for, he said that he will tell me later. Do you know anything about this matter, Peter? Kurt asked. After I had returned from the trip, I had told Professor Xavier about my hypothesis that Mystique was the mother of Kurt. He had been truly surprised when he had heard my hypothesis. However, he had said that there was actually a good chance that this hypothesis was true and that he will look into it. Looks like he was finally checking if the hypothesis was true. I don't know anything about this matter. But since Professor has said that he will tell you, then he will definitely tell you. You just need to be patient. Unfortunately, I could not tell Kurt about this hypothesis. After all, whether this hypothesis was true or not, Mystique had been our enemy and was currently our prisoner. Well, enjoy your night trip, Peter, if you can. We have to go learn the freaking Sanskrit language. Who knows if I would even be able to learn it? Kurt said, afraid that he will not be able to learn it as he was only average in his studies. Seriously, when I had started learning magic, I had not expected that I would have to learn such an ancient language. Kurt said as all of us headed to the kitchen as was our original plan. And all the way Kurt was whining that he had to learn Sanskrit to continue his studies into mystic arts. I was now at the rooftop of a house near my home, watching the windows of a specific room of my home. It was already more than 11 p.m. at night. Just as I was waiting, a feminine figure clad in a familiar white and black-colored suit flew out of the room with the help of a web and swinged towards me. Long time no see. I said, greeting Gwen. And whose fault is that? Gwen questioned. Sorry. I was busy crafting my personal artifact so I didn't have time to meet you recently. I apologized. So, have you finally decided to do this? I asked Gwen if she was confident in her decision since it felt quite sudden to me. Yes, I have decided to finally do it. You don't need to worry. I have thought a lot about it. You know how lonely it was for me to be Spider-Woman, always trying to save people while facing scolding every day from Father. It was only because you were with me that I could bear it. The few days I thought you had died were the worst for me. I had almost decided to quit being Spider-Woman. I can't say how glad I was that you survived. As such, after much thought, I have finally decided to reveal my identity to my loved ones. As Gwen explained why she had decided to take this decision, my heart was clenched with pain. Gwen often didn't reveal her thoughts, so I didn't know clearly how much in pain she was from that incident which almost took my life. To think that she had almost quit being Spider-Woman because of that incident. By the way, it was great that you decided to call me. I have just finished testing my new artifact and was waiting for an opportunity to use it. This is just a perfect opportunity to use it since I could not unbox my suit last time. I said as I tried to change the topic. That's great. But are you just going to talk about your new artifact or show it to me? Gwen asked. Sure, why not? Saying these words, I activated the transformation bracelet and kept the dragon claws. They look cool, but I hadn't realized that you were a fashion designer. Gwen commented upon seeing the appearance of the dragon claws. Oh. Hyrin made the outer design of these gauntlets. I had told you about her, right? I explained why the dragon claws looked like this. Yes, I remember. The Korean sorcerer you had saved. Gwen confirmed. Well, it is good that you will get the chance to unbox these gauntlets. But would you even be able to catch me while I am swinging around the city? Gwen asked in a challenging tone. Is that a challenge I hear? Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Of course, I am challenging you. After all, you have seen how fast I can swing with the help of my web shooters. Would you be able to catch up with me? Gwen asked me with pride in her tone. This was the first time I was seeing this face of Gwen. Looks like she had quite a lot of confidence in her ability as Spider-Woman, and she just can't accept that I am stronger than her. That is why she is trying to compare with me in this ability where she feels that she is stronger. But that doesn't mean that I will admit defeat. After all, there was a reason the sorcerers were known for their versatility. Well, there are many ways to catch up with you. I replied to Gwen. What? How is that possible? Show me those ways. Only then would I believe it. As expected, Gwen was flabbergasted to learn that there were too many ways for me to catch up with her. As you wish. Let's show you the way number 1. Saying these words, I created an energy construct which looked exactly like a web from Gwen's web shooters, and then used it on a brick which was lying down on the terrace, and then sucked it to my hand using the energy construct web. Oh. Did you somehow copy my web shooters? Gwen asked, surprised upon seeing the energy construct web. Well, I was the one who made your web shooters. So, you can't say that they are yours. But yes, I applied the effect of the webs on the energy construct. I replied. This was something I had learnt under advanced energy constructs. Now, I could grant special effects to my energy constructs. For example, I could make them heavy or light, or in this case, sticky like a web. But you can't use these energy constructs to follow me. They glow like a light bulb. Gwen argued that I could not use my energy constructs as they were just too eye-catchy. I was not going to use them anyways since it is not allowed to use magic in public areas unless it is an emergency. I was just showing you. Now, let's move to way number 2. Saying these words, I simply unfurled my wings. Are those fucking wings? I could see how surprised Gwen was even if her face was hidden under the mask. Wait a minute. Did I forget to tell you about my wings? As I saw Gwen's surprised expression, I realized that I had forgotten to tell Gwen about my wings. It was not that I didn't want to tell her. It was just that ever since I had returned, there were just too many things to talk about and the topic of the wings along with my draconic form just never came. Yes, you did. And just what else were hiding from me? Gwen asked in a demanding tone. Well, I can also do this. I unequipped the dragon claws and then transformed my hand into a claw to show her. Can you do that with all of your body? Gwen asked with a barely contained rage. Not all the parts, but I can transform most of them. I can grow scales on my skin and also grow horns on my head. I answered Gwen, realizing that I could not hide this matter. You can transform your body into that of a monster, and you didn't think that it was necessary for us to know? Gwen said while yelling at me. I can only say that I am sorry. It slipped out of my mind. I apologized sincerely. Fine. We will talk about this later as we are getting late for the patrol. Gwen decided to end this argument for the time being as we still had to do patrol. But how did you think that you could use your wings in freaking New York? With your wings, you will attract so much attention that it will be impossible for us to do patrol. Gwen argued that I could use my wings as it was also eye-catchy. That's true. Although I can use the enchantments of my suit to turn my wings invisible, I think that me flying without the use of any equipment would attract greater attention than me using wings. So, let's put the use of the wings for the emergency situations. I decided to use the wings only if there was an emergency. Didn't know that your suit had so many features? Gwen was surprised to learn about the invisibility feature. The suit had been made especially for urban combat. As such, there has been various kinds of enchantments put on it for different situations. I explained. When my suit was developed, I had wanted it to be as perfect as it could be. So, I had put as many enchantments as I could on the suit with the help of Rin's grandfather. Anyways, it is getting late. So, tell me, how will you catch me with me? After seeing the obsolete ways, Gwen asked for a way which I could actually use. Well, then I have to use the old-fashioned way, I said to Gwen. The old-fashioned way? Gwen said, puzzled by my answer. Yes, parkour. You sure you want to parkour to catch up with me? Gwen asked, surprised by my answer. You will see. Let's start now. It is getting late, I said, telling Gwen to just watch. Fine. It is not that you will be hurt anyways because of your body. Gwen relented, although she didn't seem to believe my answer. Catch me if you can. Saying these words, Gwen shot a web and swung up. Ha! That will be easy, I said as I ran after her and jumped from the rooftop. My enhanced body carried me over the rooftops, the suburban area providing me a perfect platform for parkouring. Although there were still some ways for me to chase after Gwen without parkouring, I decided to do parkour because it would provide a good workout. Honestly, even though I had now my instincts completely understand my control, I still wanted a good workout every now and then, no matter in what form. Perhaps I had been influenced by my instincts somewhat while working to control them. Let's see, how will you chase me now? Gwen said as we reached the main streets of New York, which was full of high-rise buildings and skyscrapers, making it impossible to parkour. Moreover, the road was too wide for me to jump. That's no problem at all, I said as I jumped from the building without any hesitation. As soon as I jumped, I activated the dragon claws to create small wind blasts which carried me over to the next side. And then I used the sticking function of my boots to stick to the walls of a high-rise building to continue my run. I could already see quite a few people looking at my stunts from beneath me at the road. So, what do you think? I asked Gwen as I neared her. It is indeed surprising. But that is just not enough, Gwen said as she swung harder to increase the distance between us. Looks like she was too prideful to admit defeat. So, the only way to end this needless competition was to surpass her. As we reached a suburban area once again, I dropped down to the rooftops. And then I channeled lightning energy through my feet. When I had decided to join Gwen for today's patrol, I had not thought that I would need to use thunderclap and flash, and in this way. Well, let's end this competition. I activated the mystic art at a relatively low power, boosting my speed just more than enough to surpass Gwen. So, do you finally admit defeat now, Gwen? I asked as I turned back to look at her after surpassing her. Huh. Where is she? To my surprise, I could not see Gwen behind me at all. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. A few moments ago. Gwen's POV. As I swung through the streets of New York and looked back at Peter, who was chasing me using various tricks, I felt quite some amount of guilt. I should not have asked Peter for such a meaningless competition. Perhaps it was because of my insecurity towards him that I had challenged him. Although I had changed in many ways since I had become Spider-Woman, I used to feel rather insecure towards Peter before I had gained these powers, even though he was my best friend. Why can't you be more like Peter? These words, my father had told me far more times than I had ever wanted to listen. Even though Peter used to be a shy, nerdy guy with a weak body, he was everything my father wanted his child to be. And I used to disappoint him those days far too many times, which I regret now greatly. It was only after I became Spider-Woman that I could feel the responsibility he had on his shoulders. Why he could not come home at night and never had time for me. I realized that it was hypocritical of me to blame him once I felt how much one had to sacrifice to walk this path. This led to me maturing in ways I had never thought I ever would. But then the whole incident with Peter happened. I would not ever be able to forgive myself for nearly killing Peter. Even now, I can remember that face of Peter filled with sorrow, realizing what he had done while trying to become like me. Although I knew about Peter's desire to help me, I had never thought that this desire was so much that he would take such a reckless decision and create a serum to gain a superpower all by himself. It had truly felt like the weight of the world had been removed from my shoulders when I had learnt that Peter was alive. However, when I saw Peter again, I could clearly see how much he had changed. Like the old Peter had died, and in front of me was a new Peter. And this feeling was further enhanced when I saw his new appearance. And if even that was not enough, he had much stronger powers than mine, and he also knew magic. The growing dissimilarity with Peter and his powers being greater than mine, once again that seed of insecurity inside me, causing me to challenge him to this stupid competition. I will have to apologize to him once this whole competition is over. Huh. I was brought out of my thoughts as I saw a red streak of lightning pass by me. Looks like Peter decided to use that flash or whatever it was called magic he had told me about to surpass me so that he could end this competition. I was about to go to where he was and apologize when I heard something. What was that red light? Ah! A man's rough voice was heard which soon transformed into a scream. Help! A woman's loud voice asking for help was heard from a secluded corner, which was not easily seen from the sky. All my other thoughts disappeared as soon as I heard the scream. Thus, I immediately rushed over to where the scream was coming from. You bitch! How dare you hit me? You will pay for that. I could see two men rough-handling a woman who was dressed in office clothes. One of them had put his hand on the woman's mouth to prevent her from screaming. It was obvious that the two men were trying to rape the woman. Once the woman had seen the red light from Peter's flash magic, she had seen a chance and bit the man's hand, causing him to remove his hand from her mouth. Seeing the opportunity, the woman had then screamed for help. I was about to engage the men when one of them unfortunately saw me clinging on the wall. Shit! It is that bitch Spider-Woman. He warned the other man of my presence, causing him to put a knife on the woman's neck. Hey, back off, bitch! Otherwise, say goodbye to this beautiful lady. The man held the woman hostage in a bid to escape from me, knowing that he was no match for me. The other man also put out a knife and guarded the first man to increase their chances of success against me. I always disliked this kind of situations. Although I could still deal with them using my web shooters to pulling the man who held the woman at knife point towards me, there was a risk that the woman could suffer a fatal injury. And now, let us leave. If you don't do so, I will kill her. The man who held the woman at knife point said to me while stammering and slowly started to me away from me, along with his ally. Damn it. There was no time. I would have to risk it. Ah! I was just about to use my web shooters when both of the men suddenly screamed and then fell unconscious. Now. That is no way to treat a lady. A robotic voice which could easily be recognized as a modulated one sounded, and soon after Peter appeared in his unique suit. Thank God that Peter had arrived. Otherwise things could have turned dangerous. Peter's POV. You should have called for me before engaging them, Spider-Woman. I said to Gwen, calling her with her alias. It was only because of the remnants of the webs I had found that I could trace where she was. As soon as I heard the men threatening Gwen, I immediately activated an invisibility spell, and when I found the opportunity, I struck them down. Sorry, when I heard her scream, I rushed immediately without thinking about anything else. Gwen said, apologizing for rushing without asking for my help. In a way, this was just like Gwen, as she was often bullheaded in what she did. Thank you, Spider-Woman, for saving me. And thank you too, you are Red Lightning, right? The woman called me surprisingly by a name I had never heard. Is this what they call me now? I asked Gwen. Yeah. Although there are several other names such as Thundercloak and Thunderfist, this is the most famous one. You didn't see it on the social media? Gwen was surprised that I didn't know about these various names of mine. You know how much I was busy recently. Besides, I am not that much active on social media. I didn't like social media as the community there was sometimes too toxic. I will take my leave now. Thank you once again for saving me from the hands of these vile men. The woman started leaving after thanking us. Be safe. Hope we don't see you later, as that would mean that you are once again in trouble. I said, bidding her farewell. All right, let's start our patrol again. We would get late at this rate. I said, reminding Gwen that we had to continue the patrol. Red Lightning. Gwen suddenly spoke, calling me out with the name social media had given me, as she could not use my true name in public. Yeah. What is it? I asked. Sorry, I should not have asked you for such a meaningless competition. It was childish of me. To my surprise, Gwen apologized for her previous behavior. Looks like she was growing mature after taking up the mantle of Spider-Woman. All right, I accept your apology. Still, it was not something you had to apologize for. And with this matter resolved, we went on our way, ready to fight the criminals we would find during the patrol tonight. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Buzz. Buzz. As I and Gwen continued on our patrol, the receiver in Gwen's pocket started vibrating. This receiver was something I had made using an old smartphone which contained an app which I had personally made. This app provided notifications on any crime in New York as soon as it was posted on the web. Of course, this criteria was too large. So, I had narrowed this category to show only those crimes on which the police was taking action against the criminals and chasing them. This enabled Gwen to help the police officers in catching the criminals. Of course, it didn't work as perfectly as I had imagined. Oftentimes, when Gwen reached where the police was, the criminals had either been arrested or had escaped. There was even a time when a false story had been posted and the app had given a notification on it. Looks like there has been a store robbery in the north. The police had been informed by a passersby and are now chasing the robbers. Let's help them, Gwen suggested upon seeing the notification. Sure, why not? I agreed. Buzz. Buzz. We were about to depart when the receiver rang once again. There has been another robbery. But this time, it's in the east direction. What do we do? Gwen had a confused expression on her face as she looked at the notification she had received on the receiver. Let's take one each. I will handle the one in the east direction and you take care of the north one. We can also patrol those areas while we are there, I suggested. It is a good idea. Let's meet again in an hour after finishing everything in our respective areas. Saying these words, Gwen shot a web and swung away immediately to confront the robbers. After Gwen went away, I looked around to see if there was anyone watching me. Although I could find no one, I still entered a nearby alley just to be safe. Then, I opened a portal which would take me around where the robbers had been last spotted. In this kind of cases, it was necessary to reach the scene as soon as possible, otherwise the whole case would already be finished by the time I reached the scene. As such, I opted to create a portal instead of rushing to the scene on foot. The portal opened to an alley. As soon as I emerged from the portal, I ran on the walls and climbed to the rooftops to see the whole scenario. Looks like I was just on time. There was a heavily modified car running on the road at a very high speed while a police car was chasing it, although it was already quite behind on the chase. I immediately started running on the rooftops and soon reached the road where the car was passing through. I then ran on the walls to catch the car. Now, I had a clear view on the car. Who is that guy? Don't tell me there is another one in this city like that bitch. A guy in the car cursed when he saw me running on the walls as though the gravity didn't matter. I was about to jump on the car when I noticed something. The car was swaying too much. It seems that the modification of the car had not been carried out perfectly. I had an idea as I saw the car swaying. Looks like I won't need to engage these petty robbers personally. I activated the Dragon Claws and instead of directly launching a wind blast, I lessened the power of the attack and also concentrated it. At this point, it was not a wind blast but rather a wind bullet. I shot the wind bullet at the car's front tire. As the wind bullet hit the tire, it punctured through it. The car which was already swaying couldn't handle the sudden puncturing of its tire and thus, crash. The car lost its balance and crashed into a nearby house after rotating a few times in the air. I had not thought that the reaction of my attack would be this strong. So, I decided to check on those who were in the car even though they were robbers. When I looked inside, I could see that most of the robbers were unconscious. What just happened? Just as I was about to return, I heard someone moaning from the back seat. Although I felt bad for causing the accident, in the end they deserved it. Please help me, the man said as he saw me. Sorry man. You reap what you sow. Saying these words, I gave a small shock to that man causing him to fall unconscious. Hey, who is there? A voice sounded from behind me along with the sirens of a police car. Looks like the police had finally caught up. I need to get out of here. After all, there was no way that I could have a long talk with police in a police station. I immediately stepped away from the car and rushed up the walls to reach the rooftop of a nearby building. Hey, you are Red Lightning, right? I was about to leave when I heard a familiar voice. I looked back to see that it was Captain Stacy. From his expression, it was clear that he had recognized me. Well, that is what everyone calls me. I have still not decided on my own name yet. I replied to Captain Stacy. Have you decided to become a vigilante like Spider-Woman? Captain Stacy asked. No, of course not. I am just accompanying her for today. There was another robbery, so she is not here. I answered. I knew that after this answer, Captain Stacy would definitely question Gwen. But it was something which was already fixed in place, once I had decided to join Gwen for today's patrol. Well, see you later. I bid farewell to Captain Stacy so that I could continue the patrol. So, how was your patrol? I asked Gwen once I met her again. Thankfully, they were only some robberies I had to stop along with some thugs I had to beat. Ever since I became Spider-Woman, there have been far less crimes in night than before, Gwen said, thanking that there were not many crimes she had to stop. That explains why I also didn't find that many crimes being committed. By the way, I met Captain Stacy when I went to stop the robbers. He recognized me. I explained to Gwen the entire situation. It's okay. I have long since prepared for him to find out about my identity. Besides, after seeing his reaction upon seeing you saving the protesters from Sabretooth, I know that he will likely not object too much about me acting as Spider-Woman, Gwen said, once again reassuring me that she was now ready to talk with Captain Stacy about this matter. Let's finish this patrol. You also have to sleep after all, I said as it was already nearing 1 a.m. And thus, we continued our patrol. The patrol was about to end when we stumbled upon a unique scene. A grappling hook came flying from the window of a mansion, and along with it came a woman which looked more a cosplayer than a thief. She was wearing a black leather, skin-tight suit, and she had silvery white hair which I clearly recognized as a wig. Having seen Emma's silver hair, I knew exactly how it looked. Peter, you have to help me catch this bitch, Gwen asked me in an angry as well as flustered tone while also cursing her. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Who is this girl? I asked Gwen, curious about her reaction upon seeing this cosplayer thief. I will tell you later. We must catch her first. Last time she had narrowly escaped from my hands. As such, it is a must for me to catch her, Gwen said in a flustered voice. Looks like she was ashamed to talk about her as she had not been able to capture her. As you say. I decided to stay this matter for now as it was more important to capture this thief. If this girl had escaped previously from Gwen, she was obviously skilled. Gwen launched a web at the girl's back as she was escaping. But to my surprise, as soon as the girl felt the presence of the web on her back, she took out a knife from her pocket and cut the web. It seems that her instincts were top-notch, something rarely found in a thief. If it isn't my dear beloved Spider-Woman. Did you miss me, my dear? The girl asked in a flirty tone. It was clear just from her words why Gwen didn't want to talk about her. You. I will have a talk with you later once I have caught you. Saying these words, Gwen launched a series of webs at the girl thief, but the girl dodged most of them with incredible flexibility and cut the rest of them with her knife. Oh, come on, dear. How can you treat me like this? Did you forget about our kiss? The girl thief taunted Gwen once again, this time however, reminding her of a kiss. Damn you, Black Cat. You are definitely going to jail this time, Gwen said, obviously enraged by the girl thief's words who apparently went by the name of Black Cat. Honestly, it was quite amusing for me to see Gwen like this. I could enjoy this moment without worrying about Black Cat escaping because I could easily deal with her if she tried to escape. This Black Cat was a girl who obviously knew how to use her sexuality as a weapon and flirted with Gwen so that she could distract her. And it was actually working. Gwen, in her anger, fell in the Black Cat's rhythm and even forget to take advantage of Black Cat's openings in order to subdue her when they appeared. I didn't interfere till now because I wanted Gwen to learn from this so that she didn't fall for someone's taunts next time. Although it was actually a rare occurrence to find an opponent like Black Cat who flirted with you in order to distract you. Peter, help me take care of this bitch. Why are you just standing there? Gwen asked for my help, frustrated by a lack of result in her attempt to subdue Black Cat. Who is this guy, Spider-Woman? Is he your secret boyfriend? And here I thought that you loved me. Wait a minute. Could it be that you wanted to show me your boyfriend so that you could tell me that you are off the market? That is so considerate of you. Let's take care of this bitch. Although it was amusing to see Gwen falling for Black Cat's taunts, I got angry as soon as I became the target of her taunts. Because I didn't like this false flirting of her a single fucking bit, just like Gwen. I rushed at Black Cat the moment she dodged a punch from Gwen and struck her on the back of her neck without giving her any chance at all, making her fall unconscious. As soon as she fell unconscious, Gwen webbed up her entire body so that there was no chance for her to escape. Well, this matter is solved. So, where did you meet this unique piece? I asked Gwen. It was during a late afternoon patrol I was doing after just returning from school. It was then that I found her stealing an antique item. During my attempt to catch her, do you know what she did? As I tried to catch her, her balance broke at one moment and she fell. So, I caught her in my arms as any hero should. But she actually kissed me once I caught her. And while I was distracted by the kiss she had given me, she pushed me away and escaped. As I was short on time, I could not even attempt to catch her again. Gwen explained just how unique her experience was with this Black Cat. So, what should we do with her? I asked. What is there to ask? Just call the police and leave her here, Gwen said, clearly angry at the Black Cat. Let me check what she stole first. I opened the bag to see what was stolen. But to my surprise, there was nothing valuable inside the bag, just some papers. My eyes widened when I looked what was written in the papers. In the papers, it was written several accounts of corruption a famous politician had done along with some of his associates. Gwen, look what was Black Cat stealing. I showed Gwen the papers. Never thought that Black Cat was this kind of girl. Was she trying to become Robin Hood or something? So, what should we do now? Gwen asked, as it was difficult for her to make a decision in this situation. Let's wake her first. I casted an awakening spell on her, something I had learned in case its use was required in future missions. As Black Cat slowly opened her eyes, she felt the webs which restricted her and became aware of her current situation. I had thought that you would have thrown me to the police without any thought, Spider-Woman. I am surprised that I woke up in your custody. Black Cat said seriously, completely unlike her previous demeanor. We were going to. But then we saw this. I took out the papers and showed them to her. So, you found them. Huh. What did you want to do with them? I asked. Leak them to public like I had done previously with the papers I had found related to John Kipling. Black Cat replied. To think she was the one who had revealed politician John Kipling's corruption 6 months ago. This complicated things. If you were the one who leaked John Kipling's papers, then what were you doing with that jewelry? Gwen asked in a demanding tone. Well, just because I am an honorable thief doesn't mean that I am not a regular one. So, in addition to being a thief who exposed corruption, this Black Cat also sometimes did regular thieving. Don't know if I should treat her as an honorable thief or a regular one. So, what do you plan to do with me? Black Cat asked. Yeah. What should we do now? Gwen asked in a worried tone. I think we should release her. I revealed my thoughts. P.E. Red Lightning. She is a thief. We can't release her. Gwen argued, almost calling me by my name due to her anger. But she is also someone who works for the betterment of the society. As long as she swears that she will not do any normal thieving, I have no qualms about releasing her. After joining Kamar Taj and becoming a member of X-Men, I knew that there were several ways one could work for the betterment of the society. Just like Black Cat did it through thieving. Fine. But only because you say so. Gwen relented in front of my logic. I thank you, Red Lightning, for releasing me, although you were the one who had caught me first. Black Cat thanked me after I released her from the webs which bonded her. Just know that you have acquired a fan today, Red Lightning. Also, if both of you ever want a threesome, I am willing. Black Cat said with a wink and then released a grappling hook to fly away. Damn this girl. She will never learn. Let's return. It is already too late. I asked Gwen to end the patrol. Yeah, you are right. Gwen also agreed. So, I think this is goodbye for now. I said as we returned to the same rooftop from where we had started our patrol. Peter, before you go, I need to talk about something with you. Gwen said. Yeah. What is it? I asked. Although Black Cat was just flirting with me so that I would be distracted, it reminded me of something important. Gwen took a deep sigh and then said the words I had never thought that I would hear from her today. I used to have a crush on you. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. I used to have a crush on you. As soon as I heard these words, I remembered the days where both of us didn't have any powers. I was just a shy nerd and Gwen was a passionate girl, albeit a little misguided one. In those days, both of us were often each other's support. Whenever I felt weak and lacking in courage because of the incessant bullying, it was Gwen who encouraged me. And whenever she felt insecure because of Captain Stacy's scolding when she couldn't meet his standards, it was me who told her that she wasn't wrong. I also used to like you. I replied after some time. I could now tell her my feelings regarding her easily, because those feelings were already a past thing. It just wasn't possible for us to get together now. Then why did you take that step? Secretly creating such a dangerous serum, and you even used it on yourself without a single thought. Just what were you thinking? By now, Gwen was shouting and even had tears in her eyes as she said these words. She was obviously affected a lot by that step I had taken. I guess this is just how we men are. We often try to hide the difficulties we face in our life and try to defeat them ourselves. I just wanted to become special, like you are. I replied. But you didn't have to take such a drastic step. Gwen argued. That's true. I will never argue with the fact that it was the most stupid decision of my life. Now that I look back at myself, it was definitely the worst decision I could have made in that situation. But at that time, I was not what I am now. I don't know when the crush I had on you combined with the admiration I had for Spider-Woman. Combine that with the constant bullying I suffered, all I wanted was to be someone special, no matter how. I was just that desperate. I explained to her all the emotions which led to me taking the worst decision of my life. And what you did nearly destroyed everything that existed between us. Now, we can never go back to how we were. Gwen said after listening to my words. Yeah, that's true. If it was just you who had superpowers, it could still work. But now, after that incident, I have changed as you often say. There are just too many complications now between us. Speaking of me having powers, you didn't have to be jealous of my powers and try to become like me. You know that I could never have become Spider-Woman without you. It was after all you who designed my suit as well as the web shooters. Without you, I could not have even thought about becoming a vigilante. Gwen started talking about how I was with her every single step on her journey of Spider-Woman. That, without me, Spider-Woman would never have existed. In the end, both of us just became too far apart for there to be anything between us. I said with a deep sigh. Yeah, that's right. You are far different from the Peter I used to know, even if you don't feel like that yourself. Combined with how I had almost killed you, my best friend and my crush, I don't think there can ever be something between us. Gwen said, accepting that we can't be together. Still, I hope we can remain good friends. Gwen asked. Of course, you are still my best friend. How can you think that we will not remain friends? I said. Sorry. I just remembered that day when the incident happened and started feeling guilty again. Gwen said, apologizing. By the way, have you ever used the ring artifact I had given you for your protection? The one which created a shield? I asked. I have tested it in private. Fortunately, there never came a chance for me to use it. Gwen replied. Since we are talking about romance, anyone you are interested in? I asked curiously. How can you even ask that? Gwen said with a little anger in her voice and even punched me lightly on my shoulder for my question. I barely have time these days to have enough sleep because of my Spider-Woman duty, and you are talking if I am interested in anyone. I could only ask you to join me on a patrol because tomorrow was Sunday. Otherwise, I could not even have thought about it. Gwen said, frustration regarding her daily life evident in her tone. Say, what about your romantic life? After all, there are quite some beauties in your school as you have told me. Gwen asked teasingly. Actually, there is a girl romantically interested in me and has even said that she will wait for when I am ready for a relationship. I replied as everyone in the school already knew about this matter. So, there was no harm in telling Gwen about it. Who is it? Is it Kitty or Jean? Gwen questioned as they were the ones who matched well with my personality. No, actually it is Emma. I answered. That Ice Queen. Although you had told me that you got along quite well with her, I had never thought that she would actually be interested in you. Gwen said, surprised to learn that Emma was the one interested in me. Anyways, it is getting late. So, go get some sleep. I said as Gwen honestly needed as much sleep as she could. Then, it is goodbye for now. Gwen said, giving me a last hug before swinging back to her room. Well, it's time to return. I created a portal after looking around to see that nobody was around, and then entered it to arrive at the front gate of X Mansion. Although I could directly enter my room, there was no need to activate the various security measures of the mansion. Mr. Hank, having free time on his hand, had put a little too many security measures, making it impossible for anyone to enter the mansion without being found. Professor. Mr. Logan. Ms. Aurora. Why are you all still awake? As I entered the mansion, I was surprised to find Professor Xavier, along with Mr. Logan and Ms. Aurora in the lobby. Well, we were going to sleep. But then we saw this picture on the social media. Professor showed me a picture which showed me in my suit running on the walls, and Spider-Woman was also in the picture swinging aside me. You had said that there was something you had to do with your best friend Gwen. Looks like this is what you were doing. So, is Gwen Spider-Woman? Professor Xavier asked. Yes. I answered without any hesitation. When Gwen had taken this step, she already knew that those who were close to me would know her secret. But she also knew that those people who would learn this knowledge were not the kind of person to take advantage of it. Then, if she ever requires any help or training, you can tell her that she is welcome here. I honestly admire her desire to fight against crime even if she has to break a few laws in the process. Professor Xavier offered. Really? Then, I will thank you for this, Professor. I thanked Professor for giving such an offer. But I also need to talk to you about something important. Professor said in a serious tone. What is it, Professor? I asked. Your hypothesis was correct, Peter. Mystique is indeed the mother of Kurt. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. To think that this hypothesis of mine was actually correct. And here I thought that it was just an outlandish guess. So, what should we do now? I asked as the matter was quite complicated since she had been our enemy. This situation is actually in our favor as we were thinking of recruiting Mystique. This whole situation will increase our chances tremendously, Professor Xavier said, revealing their motives regarding Mystique. You want to recruit Mystique. But wasn't she working for that mutant supremacist brotherhood? I could not understand why would they want to recruit Mystique. Actually, the relationship between me and Mystique is quite old. She is old, in fact much older than Wolverine. It was actually her who guided me when I first awakened as a mutant. As expected of someone of such old age, she is quite a chaotic person, often working purely for her self-interest. But from what I know about her, she is definitely not a mutant supremacist. There must be some reason why she joined the Brotherhood of Mutants. Professor Xavier explained his history with Mystique, about how she had introduced him to the world of mutants. Then, let's go talk to her. What are we waiting for? This will finally get her to talk. Ever since Mystique had been brought to the X-Mansion, she had not spoken a single word with us. Fortunately, after this revelation, she would finally be willing to talk. No, Peter. To my surprise, Professor Xavier declined my suggestion. The first one who has the right to talk with Mystique is her son, Kurt. We should not take that right away from him, Professor Xavier said, reminding me who had the right to first talk with Mystique. Yeah, that's right. I had seriously forgotten it in the excitement. After all, this was something extremely important for Kurt who didn't have any parental influence in his life till now. Now, go and get some sleep. We will talk about this matter with Kurt in the morning. Have a good night. Hey, Peter. What's up? How did that night out went with Gwen? Kurt asked in an upbeat tone like he did always. We were currently at the dining table for breakfast, ready to start the day. I just hope that he will be able to maintain that upbeatness after he learns about Mystique. You will learn in a moment, I said as I looked at Kitty coming towards us with her phone in her hand. Looks like she saw my picture with Spider-Woman on the social media. Peter, what is it I am seeing? You were with Spider-Woman yesterday night, Kitty said, revealing that I was on a patrol with Spider-Woman last night to everyone. What? But Peter, you had said that you would be with your friend Gwen last night, Jean said, remembering my plan with her. This just means that Peter's friend Gwen is actually Spider-Woman, Emma said as she realized the meaning of the picture she was seeing. Wow! It is amazing that your best friend is also a hero, right Peter? Moreover, she is Spider-Woman. You have to bring her to X-Mansion someday, Peter. I am a big fan of her, Kitty said with literal stars in her eyes. I didn't know that you were such a big fan of her, Kitty. I was surprised to learn this fact as Kitty had never talked about this matter with anyone before. Of course, I like her. She is also a girl around my age with superpowers and she uses them in order to fight crime. By the way, are her webs a part of powers? Kitty asked, curious about Gwen or rather Spider-Woman. No, they are not a part of powers but instead a gadget called web shooters. In fact, I was the one who had made her web shooters along with her suit. I proudly revealed the fact that I was the one who had created everything which Spider-Woman used. No wonder you are so much gifted in enchantment. You were already able to create gadgets such as web shooters even before you joined Kamar Taj, Emma said after learning about the fact that I was the one who created web shooters. But Peter, is it okay for us to learn about the fact that your friend Gwen is Spider-Woman? Although none of us are the kind of people to take advantage of this fact, aren't there others who know that it was you in that suit? So, why did Gwen decide to take this decision? Emma asked, concerned about Gwen. You don't need to worry. The few others who know are also not that kind of people. Also, Gwen took this decision because she had finally decided to reveal her identity to everyone who was close to her. She wanted to reveal this fact for a long time but was afraid of the reaction. But once she saw the reaction of everyone when they saw me fighting Sabretooth, she finally got the courage to reveal her identity. I explained to everyone that there was no need for them to worry about Gwen as it was her decision. Good morning, everyone. Professor Xavier along with the other teachers entered the room and greeted us. Professor, did you see this picture? Kitty said, showing Professor that picture with me and Spider-Woman. I had already seen it a few hours ago when it was first posted. I have already talked about this matter with Peter. And I have also told Peter to tell Gwen that she is welcome to join us in the X-Mansion should she ever require any help. Professor Xavier explained to everyone what he had talked with me last night. Really? That's great. Thank you, Professor, Kitty said, thanking him for giving this offer. So, Peter, you got any special plans for today? After all, it is Sunday, Kurt asked after finishing the breakfast. You can talk about today's plans later, Kurt. I have something important to tell you, Professor Xavier said to Kurt. Looks like he had decided to tell this fact to Kurt as soon as possible. What is it, Professor? Kurt asked curiously. We have found who is your mother. It is Mystique, Professor Xavier said, revealing the fact directly. As Kurt heard these words, his face took a shocked expression. Everyone else was also shocked by this sudden revelation. You okay, bub? Mr. Logan asked after a few minutes when he saw that Kurt was still silent. If she is my mother, then why did she left me at that lab? Kurt said with tears in his eyes. Why had I never seen her before in my whole life? That is something only she can answer. If it was not for Peter's speculation, we would never have found this fact. Come, it's time for us to talk to Mystique once again. We have not talked with her ever since we learnt about this fact because you deserve to be the first one to talk to her. Professor beckoned us to follow him to where Mystique had been imprisoned. Hey, Peter. Thanks. Without you, I don't know if I would ever have learnt this fact. Kurt thanked me as we moved to the underground facility. You don't need to thank me. I was just looking out for my friend. Besides, when I had this speculation, I had thought that it was rather outlandish. I said while smiling. I was happy that I could do something for him. I hope that this meeting between mother and son goes smoothly and Kurt's heart doesn't break from this conversation. So, you ready to meet her, Kurt? Mr. Hank asked as we reached where Mystique had been imprisoned. Yes, I am, Kurt said with determination in his voice. Hello, Mystique. Professor Xavier greeted Mystique as we approached her. Although she didn't say a word just like she had since she had been imprisoned here. Mystique had been imprisoned in a special prison with bars made of special alloys as well as hardened glass between the bars. Sensors were covering every area both inside and outside the cell. Even I had put a warning spell on the cell out of caution. Moreover, a shock collar had been put on Mystique's neck in case she tried to use her powers. As Professor Xavier already had data regarding Mystique's powers, it was not that hard to make such a sensor which could detect when she tried to use her powers. Mystique, Kurt said, stepping out and addressing her. He deactivated the hollow watch, causing him to revert to his true appearance. You are my mother, right? He asked, his voice full of emotions. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Yes, it's true. I am indeed your mother. Mystique confirmed Kurt's words with a deep sigh. But I am curious about how did you find this fact? She asked us in a serious tone. It was just a guess of one of our students. I just checked the speculation and surprisingly found it to be true. Professor Xavier said. If you are my mother, then where were you my entire life? Why did you abandon me in that secret lab? Kurt asked her while shouting. Why can't I remember ever seeing you? Kurt finished his words in a low tone, tears dripping from his eyes. Hearing Kurt's words, Mystique's eyes had also gone misty. It seems that she in fact had feelings for Kurt despite most of us thinking otherwise. Ah! Suddenly, Mystique screamed for some reason. When I focused, I could see that the shock collar had been somehow activated. She tried to use her shape-shifting powers for some reason. Mr. Hank reported what had happened. Charles, can you allow me to use my powers for just a moment? I need to show Kurt something. Can you indulge a mother's request? She asked, her eyes misty and voice tinged with sorrow. Hank, deactivate the collar. But be ready to reactivate it at any time. Professor Xavier gave the order. As soon as Mr. Hank deactivated the shock collar, Mystique's shape shifted into an appearance which was quite similar to her true appearance except that it was just not blue in color. Anna? Kurt said, this time recognizing her. Yes, that is right. I was Anna. I didn't abandon you. I was there for you. Mystique said, her voice crackling. Who was Anna, Kurt? Ms. Aurora asked the question which was in everyone's mind. You know that I was raised in a secret lab, right? When I was there, nearly every caretaker who was assigned to me didn't like me. The only caretaker who took care of me genuinely was Anna. But for some reason, she was only with me a few days per month and sometimes even disappeared for several months. In fact, I had the motivation to escape that lab because Anna used to tell me about the outside world which made me curious enough to escape. Now, I know why she often took care of me when everyone else hated me. It was because she was my mother. Kurt was obviously happy to learn that his mother had not abandoned him entirely, and had been with him the whole time even if she could not reveal it. If you could take care of your child even when he was in a secret lab, then why did you try to manipulate me and make me hate the X-Men? Rogue suddenly interrupted the conversation between mother and son, saying words which shocked me. When did that happen? I asked when I saw that only me and Bobby didn't seem to know about this matter. Oh, I had forgotten that both of you didn't know about that matter as you had joined later. Professor said, realizing that we didn't know about this matter. Then, he started telling us the whole story about Rogue. Apparently, when Rogue had first awakened her mutant powers, she had nearly killed someone. The shock of this incident led her to escape her home. Later, she was found by Mystique who taught her about her powers and even took the role of a motherly figure to her. However, Mystique also tried to manipulate her to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique even tried to foster hate in Rogue's heart against the X-Men by transforming into them and then attacking her. It was only when the students accidentally met Rogue that she became aware of the reality. This made her leave the Brotherhood and live in the X-Mansion after an offer from the professor, as she had nowhere to go. Later, after seeing the true face of the X-Men and realizing that there was a place in this world for her to live without anyone fearing her for her powers, Rogue finally joined the school as well as the X-Men. This is not something we can tell generally, as it is Rogue's dark past. I am only telling both of you because you won't be understand what is going on without this knowledge. Professor Xavier explained why we didn't know about this fact. I sincerely apologize for how I treated you during that period. But I had no other choice. Mystique said, surprisingly even bowing her head to apologize. No other choice. How can you say so? You literally played with my life. Rogue said furiously as she heard Mystique's words. If I hadn't done that with you, he would have killed Kurt. Mystique explained her situation, shocking us all. Killed me? Kurt said, realizing that Mystique always wanted to protect him. Yes, he would have killed you if I didn't obey his orders. In fact, the reason I could not raise you and you were raised in that secret lab was because he had captured you soon after you were born. As such, I had no choice but to join the Brotherhood of Mutants and obey his words. He also wanted to research on someone like you who was born a mutant. That is why he had put you into that lab. Mystique explained the whole matter. So, in the end, you didn't abandon me. You always tried to protect me and were even there for me when you could. Thank you, Mother. Kurt said, thanking Mystique and even calling her mother. It was something truly special for Kurt, who had been raised without any parents, to learn that his mother had not abandoned him and had even been there for him whenever she could. Who is this he, Mystique? Is he who I think he is? Professor Xavier asked in a serious tone. Yes, it is who you think. Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique revealed who was behind this whole situation. To think he would become so much cruel. Professor Xavier said with anger in his voice, something we had never seen before. His grip on his wheelchair had tightened and even his knuckles were turning white. I had told you before, Charles. Eric is now long gone. There is only Magneto left. Mr. Logan said to Professor in a serious tone. Just where did that guy who only wanted to give mutants equal status went? Professor said with sorrow in his voice as he seemed to remember past memories. That guy is long gone, Charles. He now wants to make mutants the new rulers of this world with normal humans as their slaves. Mystique said, shocking all us students regarding how tyrannical this Magneto was. Just who is this Magneto, Professor? Jean said, asking the question which was on our mind. I think it is time for you to learn about Magneto. With the capture of Sabretooth as well as Mystique, it is likely that he will make his move as both of his aces have been captured. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Eric Lehenser was a Jew born in a small town in Germany. What was surprising about that town was that it harbored Nazi thoughts even after decades of World War II. This had great effect on his upbringing, and perhaps it was the harassment he felt while growing up that led to him becoming the cruel man he is today. Later, upon some research, I had found something shocking about that town. It was actually a secret Hydra camp. If only Eric had not suffered this much in his childhood, then he would have been a much different person. Professor Xavier said as he started the story of Magneto in a sorrowful tone. When Eric's mutant powers activated and it became known that he was a mutant, he felt even more discrimination from that community. Even his mother had been killed by an officer who had tried to control him. This led to him fleeing from Germany and arriving in America. After a few weeks surviving on streets, he met me through a coincidence. At that time, I didn't have much control over my telepathic powers, and thus I often read the surface thoughts of nearby people. But it was only because of this that I found Eric. As he had nowhere to live at that time, I gave him a place to stay and slowly we became good friends. Professor Xavier continued the story in a wistful tone as if remembering those days. Later, Mystique found both of us and taught us everything about mutants. It was because of her that we could gain confidence in our powers and start viewing them as a blessing rather than a curse. Although, it seems that Eric has now taken that thought to a whole new level. He said with a deep sigh. At that time, I had finally found mutants after whole decades. You both were so confused about your powers and how to deal with them. Seeing your condition, I just knew that I just had to take you under my wing. Mystique said upon hearing Professor's words as she also remembered those days. Honestly, as they talked about those past days, it didn't look like they had been on opposite sides for years. But then came the 1990s. I don't need to tell you what happened those days, right? Professor said with a dark expression on his face. We know, Professor. Those were the darkest days for the mutants. It was at that time that mutants had been publicly revealed to exist for the first time. At that time, a few mutants had even been burnt alive even though they had very weak powers. All of this had started due to the assassination of a major politician by a mutant. But everything had been resolved when the government changed. Right, Professor? Kitty said in a bid to cheer Professor up. That is only on the surface. It was only because of our efforts during that time that we had stopped that conflict. But it had been too close. If we had not interfered, there could even have been a World War III by a few mutant supremacists, Professor Xavier said, shocking us all. But what kind of person would want to cause World War III? Jean asked. It was a guy named Sebastian Shaw, a mutant with the ability of energy absorption. He was the one who had sparked the entire conflict by assassinating that politician. In fact, he was the same person who had killed Eric's mother. To combat him and his team of mutants, the government had created a team of mutants of its own which we had joined. But Sebastian turned out to be one step ahead of us. Using the fear in the mind of mutants of our team, he made nearly of them defect and join him, which also included Mystique. How could you join someone like him? Kurt asked Mystique accusingly. I just wanted to have a place where I could live without being discriminated against. I was too tired of running around from one place or country to another. His words combined with the fear I had for my future caused me to join him. However, I realized his true nature soon after. But it was unfortunately too late for me to return, Mystique said, explaining why she had left Professor's team. After that incident, the only one left in our team was me, Eric and Hank, who had met during the recruitment. Even Eric would have left if it was not for the fact that Sebastian was the one who had killed his mother. Professor continued the story. In the end, we did a final attack on Sebastian and the others in an attempt to defeat them. We only managed to win because of Eric's tremendous mutant powers. But it was after Eric killed Sebastian that he revealed his true colors. He shared the same ambition as Sebastian and had only not joined him because he had killed his mother. I tried to convince him, but it was too late. Eric was not going to move from this path. Since then, we got separate. Professor finished the hidden story of the 1990s where he was an unsung hero along with Eric aka Magneto. To think that he had done this much for the mutants. During that battle, my legs got damaged. Eric, who now only called himself Magneto, had already taken the surviving mutants with him. The only ones left were me and Hank. So, I retired along with Hank and came to this mansion I had inherited from my family. I had thought that it was over and I would never be able to battle Magneto. But then S.H.I.E.L.D. saved Logan a few years later and left him in my care because of his amnesia. The three of us formed the initial X-Men, although it was only Logan who went on operations. And some years ago, Aurora joined us. Once we had enough funds and clout that we could protect the young mutants, we started Professor Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. As the story reached its endpoint, all of us were greatly impressed by Professor's efforts for the mutant kind. He tried to work for a peaceful solution no matter what and didn't lose any hope despite losing his legs. By the way, how many other mutants are there in the Brotherhood? I questioned, wanting to learn about the enemy's strength. Not many, kiddo. I had killed every single one of them I had encountered during my missions except Sabretooth, Mr. Logan said proudly. Don't get too cocky, Logan, Ms. Aurora said. Remember what had happened when we had encountered Magneto just last year. You would have died if it was not for my quick thinking that allowed us to escape that abandoned Hydra facility. Ms. Aurora reminded Mr. Logan. Since we are talking about Hydra, I think you should know that Hydra is still alive. It was never destroyed. Mystique revealed this shocking fact after hearing Professor's words. How can this be? Wasn't Hydra destroyed decades ago? Emma said upon hearing Mystique's words. Actually, Hydra was only destroyed about a decade ago as there had been many fringe groups left. But I can confirm that it has already been destroyed. I myself had been deployed in the last mission involving Hydra. Logan said, clarifying the matter. No, Hydra is still alive and working. I can confirm it because Magneto had dealings with Hydra. Mystique said, confirming that Hydra was still alive. Moreover, they even have many agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. and in high ranks at that. I also know that both Hydra and the Brotherhood had been doing various unethical experiments to further their ambitions. Although I don't know anything more as Magneto didn't trust me with this information. Mystique said, once again shocking us all. This is very dangerous news. It seems that I must call Director Nick Fury and tell him this information in person. Professor Xavier said, ready to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. as fast as possible. So, what are you going to do with me now? Mystique asked about her fate. Since you are Kurt's mother and also willing to tell us everything you know about Magneto and the Brotherhood, I would like you to join the X-Men. Professor Xavier said, offering her a position in the X-Men. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. You are asking me to join the X-Men? Someone who had betrayed you when you had needed her help the most. If someone had done that to me, I would never have trusted him. Mystique was surprised to obtain this offer from Professor Xavier after she had abandoned the team during the 1990s when the team needed her help the most. Yes, I am. Professor Xavier affirmed that he was indeed giving her this offer. But why? Mystique asked, confused. Because I can see how much you care about Kurt and also that you are only on Magneto's side because he had captured Kurt. Moreover, you are willing to give every information you had regarding Magneto. As such, it would not be too much of compromise for me to allow you to join the school and the X-Men, although not without putting some measures on you so that you do not defect again. Professor Xavier said that he would give Mystique a chance. But still, how can you trust me so easily? Just because I care about Kurt doesn't mean that I can't betray you again. Wait a minute. Mystique was arguing about how Professor could trust her so easily when she realized something causing her eyes to narrow. You were quite fast to give me this offer. Moreover, you are also ready to trust me once again quite easily. Charles, don't tell me you read my mind. Mystique accused Professor of reading her mind. No, I have not read your mind. How could I do so? Professor said that he hadn't read her mind, but his expression clearly seemed more nervous than before. Charles, don't try to lie to me. I have known you since you had started learning how to use telepathy properly. You have definitely read my mind. Mystique said, this time convinced that her accusation was true. Fine. I had read your mind yesterday night while you were asleep. Once we had confirmed that you were Kurt's mother, I needed to learn how you felt towards Kurt as I didn't want to hurt him if you hated him or treated him like an unwanted child. I was fortunately able to learn that you clearly had a motherly feelings towards Kurt. I also learned that you didn't have any negative feelings towards us. Thus, furthering my resolve to recruit you. Professor Xavier finally relented and told Mystique why he needed to read her mind. And here I had thought that he was too hurried in telling Kurt about Mystique and taking him to meet her. All right. Since I didn't feel any problem during my sleep last night, you likely didn't try to manipulate my memories. So, I will forgive you just this once. Mystique reluctantly forgave Professor once she learnt why he had read her mind. I will take you on your offer, Charles. After all, anywhere is better than this dull prison. Moreover, I will also be able to finally create a bond with Kurt. Mystique said, accepting Professor's offer. Mother. Once it was confirmed that Mystique would be joining the X-Men, Kurt addressed Mystique, calling her mother, which obviously felt foreign to him but put a smile on Mystique's face. Who was my father? From what I have found, he was also a mutant. Kurt asked, curious to learn about his father. It was Azazel, right, Mystique? Professor Xavier said, taking a guess. Yes, it was Azazel. But you don't need to worry about that cunt. Mystique said, her voice full of hatred. Did something happen between you two? Kurt asked curiously. Don't even ask. That bastard refused to acknowledge that even existed once he saw how you lived. As such, only I was left to fight in order to protect you from the hands of Magneto. He also had teleportation powers like you, Kurt. If he had just cooperated with me, I could have escaped with you long ago. Mystique explained how much of a bastard Kurt's father was. So, where is he now? Kurt asked hesitantly. He is dead now. I made sure of it. So, you don't need to think of him. Mystique revealed Azazel's fate, scaring all of us. But it at least confirmed that Mystique indeed cared about Kurt. But why didn't you tell Professor that you are my mother? He would definitely have treated you better if he knew that you are my mother. Kurt asked. Mystique's eyes softened as she heard Kurt's words. I didn't know what was in my future after I was captured. And then I saw you talking happily with your friends. As such, I knew that you would be happy here and didn't want to make you worry for me. So, I didn't say anything. But didn't I deserve to know about you? Kurt argued after hearing her explanation. Of course you did. But I just feared that you won't accept me after how much you had suffered at that lab. All right. That is enough argument, Mr. Logan said, stopping their conversation. You will get time to talk with her later, bub. She is not going anywhere after all. Now go and understand studying. From what I have heard, you are behind everyone in your magic studies, Mr. Logan said. Magic? Mystique said, surprised by Mr. Logan's words. Ah. Since you are likely going to stay here, I can tell you about this matter. Magic, in fact, exists and many students of our school are already taking classes in it. Kurt, why don't you give a demonstration to your mother? Professor Xavier asked Kurt. With pleasure, Professor. Kurt said, excited to show magic to his newly found mother. Peter. Professor Xavier addressed me after we returned to the lobby. Stay behind, I need to talk to you about something. Looks like he wanted to talk about something with me privately. Can you ask Ancient One if she has any artifact which are used for prisoners or refugees? He asked, shocking me. Do you not trust Mystique? I questioned. I do not trust her fully. As such, I need a measure which will make her reluctant to betray us. I would have used a tech gadget, but amazing artifact would be better as she doesn't know anything about magic or how it works. Professor Xavier explained why he needed such an artifact. I will ask Ancient One. I agreed as it was a matter of security. Ring. Ring. As I was about to join everyone, I received a call from Gwen. Hello, Peter. Gwen's voice came from the other side. So, how did it go with Captain Stacy? I asked, knowing why she would have called me. By now, she should already have had a talk with Captain Stacy regarding her identity as Spider-Woman. He agreed to let me continue as Spider-Woman. Gwen said the good news in a joyful tone. Really? That's great. Congrats, Gwen. I said, congratulating Gwen. Honestly, I had not expected that he would actually agree. He said that although the way I worked was unconventional, I was fighting on the side of justice. So, it was okay for me to work as Spider-Woman. Of course, he laid down several regulations on my daily routine and my conduct as Spider-Woman, but at least he agreed. Gwen started talking about everything she had discussed with Captain Stacy. He even said that he was proud of me. Something he had never said to me before. He thought that I was going down the wrong path, so when he learnt that I was Spider-Woman, he took a sigh of relief that at least I was not on the wrong path. Gwen seemed really happy to hear from her father that he was proud of her. By the way, Professor Xavier has said that you are welcome to join us here for training if you want. I relayed the offer Professor had given to her. That's great. I will see if I can clear my schedule in the following days to visit for training. Gwen agreed to the offer, realizing that she still had a lot to learn. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Gwen, you are hit. You have to try again. Mystique's voice sounded from the control room as Gwen was hit by a hologram laser on the obstacle course. It had been a whole month since it had been revealed that Mystique was Kurt's mother, and she had accepted Professor's offer to join the X-Men. She was released a week after that event, although not without a bracelet artifact being clamped on her right hand, which would constantly monitor her and could even release a shock attack through remote control. Soon after she joined, she took over the training of the students. She was truly a hard master, often running all of us ragged in the danger room. According to her, since we were going to participate in the missions, it was better for us to be fully prepared and trained so that we didn't risk our life in case anything untoward happened. It is just too difficult for me to run through the hologram obstacle course. The holograms do not give me a sense of danger, making me unable to use my spider sense. Gwen said as she failed the obstacle course once again. She had joined us today for the training as it was another Sunday. That is why I am making you go through the hologram obstacle course. You depend too much on your spider sense, making it impossible for you to take decisions in urgent situations. As such, you need to learn how to take urgent decisions without the help of your spider sense, as it will not come in handy every single time. Mystique advised. Now go. Run through the obstacle course a few more times till the others come for combat training. Mystique said. She had also started giving combat training to us students, so that we would not be without options in case a situation arose where our powers were not helpful. After all, the mutant powers of some of us were just too powerful, such as Scott's energy beam, while others just didn't have any combat applications such as Kitty's phasing and Kurt's teleportation. Hey, Peter. How is it going? I was greeted by Emma, who grabbed my hand in her arms as soon as she arrived in the control room. This girl was seriously getting more and more flirty as time went on. Oh, hello, everyone. Gwen also greeted everyone as he came out of the danger room after everyone arrived. She had become quite fast friends with everyone, as this was the first time she could be fully open with everyone without hiding anything. It also helped that everyone here had powers. Hey, Mum, Kurt said, greeting Mystique. Are you really not having any problems from that artifact? He asked, worried about her. Their relationship was now quite close, much different from their first conversation when they just knew about each other. Much of this closeness was due to Mystique's attempt to get closer to Kurt, although there was still some awkwardness between them. Yes, there are no problems from the artifact. Most of the time I have not even conscious of the fact that it is a magical artifact. However, I am surprised by the versatility of magic. The sorcerers were able to make this small artifact just by embedding some runes on it. It honestly surprises me, Mystique said, surprised by the ingenuity of magic. You can think of the enchantment on the artifact like coding, which guides the magical energy. I explained after hearing her words. But I still don't get it at all. Then again, I do not know much about this part of magic. After all, I still have not learnt the Sanskrit language. I have to ask others' help for it, as even translation apps don't know about the variant of Sanskrit used in the books. Kurt said, lamenting that he hadn't learnt the language yet. Speaking of learning, how are your studies going, Kurt? You know how much I had to hear from the teachers about your underperformance when I went to the parent-teacher meeting. Mystique said, asking about Kurt's studies. Mystique had accompanied Kurt to the parent-teacher meeting which was held last week. Kurt had been extremely happy to have his mother Mystique with him, but that soon turned to horror when the teachers berated Kurt for his bad performance in his studies in front of her, which had caused Mystique to be quite disappointed in him. They are going all right, I promise, Kurt said resolutely. How is your artifact working, Rogue? Mystique asked Rogue, who had obtained the power-resting artifact's prototype, which had been created finally just the last day. As it was still a prototype, it was actually a whole set of artifacts instead of a single one. The set consisted of a choker on her neck, bracelets on both of her hands, a belt on her waist as well as leg clasps on both of her legs. The set was a little uncomfortable to wear but worked well. It has been working fine, although its control over my power sometimes fails. You don't need to ask, however, Rogue said in a sharp tone. Due to the past relationship between Rogue and Mystique, Rogue didn't like to associate with her. But it seems that Mystique actually had some motherly feelings for her, as you often checked on Rogue. Although Rogue didn't seem to like Mystique's affection, she didn't rage against it. As such, the relationship between them was an awkward one. You don't need to worry, teacher. Rogue is doing fine. See, Kitty said, putting her arm around Rogue's shoulder to show that the artifact was still working. Hey, at least be a little careful. You are just too lax, Kitty, Rogue said to Kitty as she removed her hand from her shoulder. I know that you wouldn't harm me intentionally, Rogue. And besides, I can just phase through your body in case anything happens. Kitty argued that there was no way she could be hurt by Rogue's power. All right, everyone. I will go as I have something to ask Mr. Hank. I hope the training goes well, I said, bidding farewell to everyone. As I already knew the Ta-Lo martial arts and also trained regularly, I had no reason to join the combat training. As I had some free time recently, I was learning about tech and science from Mr. Hank so that I could learn how to create various tech gadgets. I was thinking of creating enchanted tech, but it would likely take a very long time before I could create one, as it would require mastery in both science and magic. Ring. Ring. As I returned to the lobby, I received a call from Harry. Moreover, I could see many missed calls from him. Where were you, Peter? I was calling for a long time, Harry asked as I picked up the phone. Sorry, I was in the basement. There is no network there. I apologized for causing Harry needless worry. Anyways, MJ and her band have a concert in a club today. Wanna come? MJ has asked especially for you. Besides, we have not hanged out in a long while, Harry asked. Of course, I would come. I have some free time these days anyway. By the way, Gwen didn't tell me about this even though she is currently here at the X-Mansion. I asked, confused why Gwen didn't tell me. Oh, she is there for that training she had been offered, right? Harry asked. After that night patrol, MJ and Harry had also found Gwen's identity as Spider-Woman, but they also supported her for doing this job of a vigilante. Maybe it just slipped her mind? You know how much busy she is, juggling the life of both a student as well as Spider-Woman. Combine that with the band, she just has no fucking time for herself. I guessed as it was indeed possible. By the way, can others also come? I asked as I could also invite the others if they were interested. Of course, why not? The more, the merrier. Harry readily agreed. Then, see you later at night, I said and ended the call. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. It's clear. We can enter, I said as I made sure the alley and its surroundings were empty by creating a portal above the ground. Soon after hearing my words, everyone entered the alley after I recreated the portal on the ground. But seriously, I had not expected everyone to be so fed up by their daily schedule that they literally jumped at my offer when I asked if anyone wanted to join me on my outing today. It was mostly because of Mystique's hardcore training in the recent days, which was running them ragged. Adding that to the mystic art studies some of them had to go through as well as the mutant power training designed by Ancient One, they were all too fed up and wanted a release. So, they immediately got ready to accompany me once I asked them if they wanted to come. Speaking of which, everyone was quite jealous of me because of my schedule these days. Even Emma, who liked me, said how lucky I was that my daily schedule was much less tight compared to theirs. After all, I didn't have to go to school like them. And I didn't have to go through combat training as I already knew martial arts. Then came the main reason for their envy towards me. The training in the danger room was nothing for me because of my dragon sense as well as my enhanced body. This of course caused jealousy as others didn't have an enhanced body, causing them to suffer in the training. The Mystic Art Studies also called the schedule of Emma, Jean, Kurt, and Kitty to be even more tight, although I tried to help them whenever I could. Especially Kurt, who couldn't even read the books if I didn't translate them for him. The girls had by now pretty much learnt Sanskrit. "Peter, you are finally here," Harry said, greeting me once we reached the club where the event was held. "You guys must be the friends Peter had made in his new school." "I am Harry, Peter's best friend." Harry introduced himself, putting his right arm around my shoulder to show the closeness between us. "I think Gwen would like to argue about the best friend part," I said after hearing his introduction. "That's true." "Ha ha ha ha," Harry said while laughing. "Nice to meet ya, Harry." Everyone greeted Harry and started introducing themselves. "By the way, is that a Porsche?" Scott asked upon seeing Harry's car. "Didn't know that he was a car enthusiast?" "Yes, it is," Harry replied proudly. "How could you afford it?" Scott asked, surprised to see such an expensive car in the hands of someone his age. "Ah, I forgot to say my full name. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Harry Osborn," Harry said, revealing his full name. "Oh my god. Peter, you are friends with the heir of Oscorp," Kitty said, surprised by Harry's true identity. "How did you befriend someone like him?" Emma asked from beside me, curious how friendship started. "You don't need to ask. After all, it was actually me who had started our friendship. He was such a shy guy back when I had first met him," Harry replied before I could answer. "All right. That's enough talk. We need to enter the club now, otherwise you will get late. You don't want to miss MJ's performance now, right, Harry?" I said, interrupting the conversation. After all, if I let Harry continue the conversation, he will likely open our entire history. "Yeah, that's right. We will get late. Come," Harry said, asking us to follow. "Kurt, Bobby, check if your holo watches are working well. I don't want an accident," I asked them as we started entering the club. Bobby had also required a holo watch since his face was quite famous after the whole Sabretooth incident. As such, he needed to use a holo watch which changed his appearance whenever he had to attend school or go outside. "You should check your illusion spell too, Peter. Professor had said that it had been broken the first time he had made you when he had tried to enter your mind," Jean said, reminding me. "You don't need to worry. At that time, I was inexperienced in that spell. After that incident, I have practiced this spell a lot. There will no such accident," I reassured her as we finally entered the club. "We are just in time. Their program is just about to start," Harry said once we neared the stage. "By the way, MJ and Gwen have a special surprise for you, Peter." "Huh? A surprise? I wonder what it would be." "Hello, everyone," MJ said as she came up on the stage with the rest of the band. She also waved her hand in our direction upon seeing that we were here. "Today is a very special day for the Mary Janes. Because we are going to release our first original song today," MJ said, causing an uproar amidst the audience. An original song. It had only been about half a year since the band had been established. And every member of the band was still in school. To think that they would release an original song this early. Without any further ado, let's begin. Saying these words, MJ started the performance along with the rest of the band. "Huh. Peter, you are not going to dance," Emma said as she noticed that I was not headed to the dance floor like everyone else. "Actually, I have only been to clubs a couple of times before, and that was only because MJ and Gwen had dragged me there. I was a shy and nerdy boy back then, and as such, didn't like the clubs much. So, you can say that I am not accustomed to the clubs." I explained the reason. "But you have changed from back then. Besides, MJ and Gwen would not like it if you didn't dance on this occasion. Come on, I want to dance with you," Emma said, inviting me to dance with her. "Fine." I agreed and headed to the dance floor with her. As I started dancing, I realized that I was wearing too much. Perhaps I should not worry and just have fun like everyone else. Moreover, as I looked at Emma's enchanting smile while dancing, I thought that maybe it was about time for me to accept her offer. "Phew. That song was great. Right, Peter?" Harry asked as we moved outside the club. "Yeah, it was quite good," I said, agreeing with him. "By the way, do you all have to return so quickly? It has only been an hour and a half," Harry asked. Professor Xavier had given strict orders that all of us had written quickly. "Besides, everyone has school tomorrow," I said, explaining the reason we had to return quickly. "Don't go around saying that we have school when you yourself don't need to go to." Scott was complaining about how unfair it was that I didn't need to go to school when he suddenly stopped speaking upon seeing someone approaching us. It was a man with quite a ridiculous get-up. He was wearing a leather suit along with a metal helmet as well as freaking cape. It honestly looked like he was some sort of cosplayer. Greetings, young mutants. I am Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. All of us were shocked by the identity of the man. Now I realized why this man's outfit was like this. Professor Xavier had mentioned that Magneto wore a helmet which blocked telepathy. But he hadn't told us that he wore a freaking cape. But how the hell did this guy find us so fast? It had only been an hour and a half since we were in the city. As an adult mutant, I advise you that as superior species, you should not mingle with the inferior ones and treat them as equal. Magneto said while looking at Harry when he said inferior species. Who the hell believed in such propaganda in these times anyways? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Fuck. How do I deal with this situation? In the first place, how did Magneto even find us? Our outing was a decision we had made on the spur, so he could not have known that we would be here at this moment. But now was not the time to think about it. The topic which mattered most was how to deal with Magneto now. With my powers, it was not hard to defeat him. Professor Xavier had taught us everything he knew about Magneto, and how he used his powers especially for this kind of situation. But the main problem was that Magneto would clearly not be taken down on the first hit. I could already see Magneto's eyes scanning the entire surroundings so that he could react swiftly in order to block our attacks in case we attacked him. He had purposely placed himself near some metal dumpsters so that he could use them to block any sudden attack coming towards him. And if he blocked the first attack, it would be much easier for him to stall our attacks and counterattack using the various metallic objects in the area. This would make fighting him extremely dangerous, especially since we had Harry, a normal human, along with us. As the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, I would like to invite you mutants to join me on my quest to usher in an age of mutants. As a mutant, it is both your right and duty to stand above the lesser humans and rule over them. Magneto said, once again spouting his mutant supremacist propaganda and trying to get us to join the Brotherhood. Why are you saying this kind of racist propaganda to us? You know that we will never listen to your words. Kitty said, furious at Magneto's words. Of course, I know that you will not listen to my words. Charles has put this idea in your mind that mutants are equal to normal humans when in fact, you are actually superior to them. It seems that I will have to teach you this fact slowly once you have joined the Brotherhood. Magneto said. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to take us along with him whether it was voluntary or by force. Seeing that a battle seemed imminent, Harry slowly started moving backwards so that he could escape the soon-to-be-turned battleground. After all, he was the most vulnerable of us. Don't even think about leaving, inferior. As soon as Magneto saw that Harry was trying to escape, he shot something towards Harry from his armor. Seeing something moving towards Harry, Emma and Jean immediately used their telekinesis and stopped the object in its tracks in mid-air. The object was revealed to be a small-size sharp metal rod, although its direction was clearly not towards Harry but near him. Clearly, it was just a warning shot. However, I must thank you, Harry Osborn. After all, if it was not for you, I would never have found these young mutants. Magneto said, giving Harry credit for finding us for some reason. What are you talking about? Harry had a horrified expression on his face as he heard Magneto's words. If it was not for someone capturing a picture of your car with these young mutants and posting it on social media out of jealousy, our system would never have scanned our dear rogue here on it. It was also a coincidence that I was also in New York today, allowing me to have this meeting with you. Magneto explained how he found us. To think that Magneto found us because of a fucking coincidence. Just one picture by a passersby on social media, and he found us. And it was just our fucking luck that he had to be in New York today. You do know that you alone can't defeat us. I argued with Magneto. It was actually no bluff. Before we had left the X-Mansion, I had given shield bracelets to everyone for protection. Adding that to Emma and Jean's telekinetic barriers, Magneto's attacks would never be able to reach us, leaving him open to the powerful offensive by both me and Scott. Of course I know that. I do not need children like you to teach me. That is why I have not come alone. As soon as Magneto said these words, two figures appeared, one from behind us and another from an alley on our right side. They wore black combat gear as well as masks to cover their faces. Slick. To our surprise, 3 metal claws released from their knuckles just like Mr. Logan's. Are those Wolverine's claws? Jean said, surprised upon seeing the claws appearing from their knuckles. Surprised to see them with Wolverine's claws. In fact, you should. After all, they are Wolverine's clones with the same power as him. Magneto revealed their identity while laughing. I can't read their mind. Something is blocking me, Emma said from beside me. It was clever of her to try to read their mind as soon as they appeared. Unfortunately, her attempt failed. Don't even think about trying to attack their mind. They have a special chip implanted in the brain which blocks telepathy, Magneto said as he heard Emma's words. He seemed to be completely sure of his victory, which was why he was revealing his secrets in order to discourage us. But that is not possible. If this chip was indeed so incredible, then you would be using it yourself instead of that helmet, I said, pointing out the fallacy of his words. That's right. This chip is actually only in its experimental phase. As such, whenever it blocks telepathic attacks, it causes severe pain to the user. But even if it does cause pain, what can mere clones do? They are mere puppets, broken, trained to have no emotions and only follow my words, Magneto said, revealing just how heinous he actually was. To think that he would use these clones as mere tools, not even caring if they felt pain. Now, I ask you for a final time. Would you join the Brotherhood, or I would have to take you there myself? Because if you resist, I can't guarantee that I will care enough to make sure that this inferior human survives, Magneto said, threatening to kill Harry if we didn't follow him. Moreover, it was actually quite easy for him to kill Harry since we wouldn't be able to protect him properly while fighting. Magneto was putting Harry as a hostage to make us join the Brotherhood. Fortunately, I had a plan. Although it would depend heavily on the element of surprise. I put my right hand in my pocket and stealthily equipped the sling ring. I grasped Emma's hand and put some pressure on it to draw her attention. When she looked at me, I gestured with my eyes to tell her that I was planning something. As telepathy was useless against me, it was the only way for me to communicate immediately. Fine. We will follow you. But you have to release Harry, I said to Magneto, causing everyone to be surprised. Looks like there is actually someone who knows what is. While Magneto was speaking, I released a bolt of red lightning at him. But it seems that he was ready for a surprise attack because as soon as my hand moved, he immediately levitated the iron dumpster by side in front of him. Boom! As the dumpster blocked the lightning bolt, a blast happened causing some smoke. As the smoke started to clear, every metallic object in our surroundings had started to vibrate. From the electric poles to the shutters of the nearby shops, everything was vibrating as if quaking because of Magneto's rage. I have seen better surprise attacks, kid. Now, get ready to face my raw. Gotcha! As Magneto was spouting the cliché villain lines, I created a portal right under him, causing him to drop down. What the hell? Unfortunately, the plan didn't work perfectly as Magneto had instinctively stopped himself from dropping down by levitating his suit, causing him to be half stuck in the portal. Emma now, I said to Emma who was ready to act. Got it, Emma said as she gave a telekinetic push to Magneto who finally fell down the portal. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Phew. Magneto had almost escaped my trap. Thankfully, I had learned how to remote cast a portal a few days ago which allowed me to catch Magneto off guard, otherwise the situation could have gotten messy. Still, he had been too wary of us even when trying to get us to join him. This had caused him to almost escape my trap. Thankfully, I had already signaled Emma whose push at the main time had led to the trap being successful. Thank God, that bastard is gone. I was sick of that guy's stupid propaganda already. Whoa! Harry was speaking when the two clones started moving. They had been still for a moment when Magneto fell into the portal. You are not going anywhere, Emma said, immobilizing one clone and simultaneously Jean immobilized the other one with her telekinetic powers. The synchronization of their abilities had increased greatly ever since they had started receiving teachings from Ancient One after the examination of their powers. Phew! I had almost forgotten about these clones because of how silent they were. What should we do with Thess clones, Peter? Kitty asked. This was indeed a dilemma. They were Wolverine's clones after all, and all of us knew just how strong Wolverine was. We have to kill them, Scott suddenly said in a grim tone, shocking us all. How can you say that, Scott? They are living people even if they are clones, Kitty said furiously, rejecting Scott's proposition instantly. I agree with Scott. It is simply too dangerous to keep them alive, Rogue said, surprisingly agreeing with Scott. But why? Jean asked, concerned about the reason for Rogue and Scott's stance. Who will we hand them over to? The government? So that they can create even more of these clones and use them as weapons. Besides, Magneto has already told us that their minds are broken. Just look at them. How their movements are too mechanical and that they have not said a single word till now. They have been turned into puppets. They have no future. It would be a blessing for them to die. Scott explained why he thought that it was better for these clones to die. He thought them to be a threat to mutant kind since their existence proved that mutants could be used as weapons. I honestly admired Scott for taking this hard decision which none of us could ever take. Rogue was supporting his decision because she had seen the dark reality of the world and could see what would be the better decision. However, it was too early for us to stain our hands with blood. If anyone had the right to make this decision, it was Professor Xavier and the other teachers. Especially Mr. Logan, since they were his clones. Before we could make any decision, I needed to learn something first. How long can you hold these two? I asked Jean and Emma. Not for too long, unfortunately. If they were normal humans, we could hold their bodies almost indefinitely. But they have enhanced strength and are constantly trying to fight against the force restraining them. Emma explained that they could not restrain the clones for too long. So, we had to take a decision on what to do with this clones immediately. Magneto had already destroyed the nearby security cameras before he even approached us. And any remaining pedestrian had run away immediately upon hearing about mutants, but it was likely that anyone could appear and inform the police upon seeing the scene here. We can't decide what to do with this clones. Let's make them unconscious. Professor and the others would decide what to do with them. I suggested. But Peter. Scott objected. I am not saying that your words are not true, Scott. These clones can indeed be used against us. But we should not be the ones to make this decision. I started explaining why we should not kill them immediately. We should not get blood on our hands. We are too young for it. Besides, there is still a lot we can learn from this clones. These clones have been formed from Wolverine's DNA, which could only have been obtained when he was captured. And who had captured Wolverine? It was Hydra, not the Brotherhood. Emma said with an expression of realization on her face. Exactly. And these clones were with Magneto. There is no guarantee that there are not other clones out there. As such, gaining knowledge about these clones through research would actually be a better choice. I argued. Fine. You win, Scott said, realizing the truth of my words. All right. Let's make these guys get some sleep so that they do not cause any problems for us. Saying these words, I moved over to the clones and channeled lightning through their bodies in order to make them unconscious. This was the most efficient way they could be made unconscious since they were immune to telepathy, and their body was too resilient. As lightning coursed through their body, the clones started quivering due to the shock, yet they didn't let out a single scream. Due to their enhanced bodies, I had to release a strong current through their body, yet not a single sound came out of their mouth. No wonder Magneto said that they were mere puppets. Let's call Professor now. I said to everyone after rendering them unconscious, and they agreed. Ring. Ring. Hello. Peter, what happened? Why did you call? Professor's worried voice sounded from the phone. Professor, we defeated Magneto. I said. It was better to go directly to the point, especially since we didn't have much time. What? Are all of you all right? Professor Xavier asked after I told him the entire matter. Yeah, we are fine. Not a single scratch. You don't need to worry. I replied. What about those clones of Logan Magneto had with him? Professor questioned. We have made them unconscious. Although it seems that their mind has been fucked up too much. I explained the clones' condition. Return immediately with the clones. We will continue our talk upon your return. Professor ordered, concerned about us. As you say, Professor. I said and cut the call. All right, everyone. We must return now. I said to everyone. Harry, you take your car and go home. We will talk tomorrow. Do not tell anyone what happened today. I said to Harry. By the way, Peter, where did you send Magneto? The mirror dimension. Emma asked as I was about to create a portal. I wish I could. But unfortunately, remote casting to mirror dimension is a much harder job. If I could, it would be like he was in my own pocket. Then where did you send him? Emma asked. I could see that everyone was curious to learn about this matter. It's a deserted island. That bastard would not find a single piece of metal there. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Is everyone all right? Professor Xavier and the others came rushing towards us as soon as we emerged from the portal. You all right, Kurt? Mystique even forgot about any sense of decorum as she rushed to hug Kurt as soon as we appeared. I am all right, Mom. You don't need to worry. Kurt assured her, even calling her Mom, which he rarely did. From what I can see, all of you are healthy without a single scratch. This calms my heart, but you must tell me now what had actually happened. Professor Xavier asked about the actual incident since I had only given him a summarized version. I will tell you the whole matter, Professor. But first, take care of this clones. Although I shocked them unconscious, they are in the end Wolverine's clones. Who knows for how long they will remain unconscious? I said, reminding Professor about the more imminent matter. Oh, that's right. I was so focused on Magneto and all of you that I could not give them proper attention. Hank, take out the stretchers you had prepared, Professor said to Mr. Hank. As per Professor's words, Mr. Hank took out the stretchers he seemed to have specially prepared for the clones. Emma, Jean. I addressed the girls who had been carrying the clones with their telekinesis till now. Since they were Logan's clones and we knew how strong his healing factor was, we decided to not be in direct contact with them just for the sake of safety. Put the heaviest sedatives you have in the system, Hank. Do not give them a single chance to wake up, Professor said seriously. We rarely got to see this side of Professor who could be so ruthless. Now, tell me what happened actually, Professor Xavier asked. This is what happened, Professor. Jean started telling everyone here about how our encounter with Magneto was just because of a fucking coincidence. To think Magneto had found you just because of a single picture. And it was just our bad luck that he happened to be in New York at the same time. This coincidence is such as if the fate itself was against us. Fortunately, nothing happened. Professor released a sigh of relief that nothing had actually happened despite the odds being against us. Also, Scott, in a way was correct that these clones were better off dead than alive. The existence of mutant clones is something which will only lead to the mutants be used as tools. Even we will have to kill these clones after we have finished the research on them. From what I have heard about their condition, they would indeed be better of dead. Professor Xavier gave his opinion on Scott's take on matter, supporting his line of thought. I had told you that it was the right thing to do, Scott said after hearing Professor's words. But that doesn't mean that Peter is not correct. Professor continued his words, surprising us. You all are indeed too young to get blood on your hands, even if these clones have to be killed for the greater good. It is the duty of us adults to take care of it. It is good that you are mature enough to realize what should be done, but it doesn't mean that it is you who have to do it. As long as we are here, you need not worry about such matters. Professor, how should we deal with Magneto? I asked, knowing that we would not get a better chance to capture Magneto. Peter, you had said that you trapped Magneto on a deserted island. In that case, it is indeed a golden chance for us. We will send a team to capture him immediately. After all, it is not every day that we get to have Magneto alone and in such a favorable condition for us. Professor confirmed that he would immediately ready a team to capture Magneto. Then, which one of us will we going to capture that bastard? Rogue asked, her voice spiteful as she mentioned Magneto. After all, it was because of him that she had suffered in the Brotherhood. She could also be feeling guilty that it was because of her that Magneto had found us. Actually, none of your students will go for this mission except Peter. Professor said that none of them except me would go to capture Magneto. But why, Professor? Jean questioned Professor's decision. You all don't know Magneto like I do. As he is cornered now, he will not hold back even a single % of his strength in order to escape when the team will go to capture him. He will be ruthless, ready to kill anyone who will be in his way to escape. Professor explained why he couldn't send a student. Won't we need a psychic at the very least, Professor? After all, we can counter Magneto's control over metal, especially since there will not be any metal on the island. Emma argued. I can't risk it, Professor said seriously. Have I ever told you how Magneto had killed Sebastian Shaw? It was with a single fucking coin. And he will be just as ruthless now, if not more, Professor said, giving an example of Magneto's ruthlessness. Come on kids, don't be too sad. Even I am not going. Because of the metal in my body, I won't be able to stand against Magneto for even a second, Mr. Logan said in a bid to calm the students' desire. Wait. Since we are not going along with Mr. Logan, that leaves only Peter and Ms. Aurora, right? After all, Professor can't go and Beast doesn't go on missions, Kitty said as she realized that only Ms. Aurora and I were left. That's right. Peter and Aurora would be the ones who would go to capture Magneto, Professor Xavier said, confirming Kitty's words. But would it be enough to send only the two of them? Scott questioned. I would have hesitated to send even Aurora if she hadn't received a shield artifact from Peter recently. Peter can handle himself because of his outstanding defense, and he also has to go because he is the one who will create the portal. You don't need to worry, Professor. I have learnt some new tricks recently after getting advice from Ancient One. Besides, Peter is also with me. It would be easy for us to capture Magneto, Ms. Aurora said, reassuring Professor. All right, everyone. Go and get some rest. Peter, you should also get some rest. You will leave in an hour, Professor ordered. But, Professor, there is no need for me to rest at all. We can get to that island for the mission right now, I argued as I was not feeling tired at all. Still, Peter, Get some rest so that you will be in perfect condition when you depart. 1 hour will not change anything, Professor advised. Fine, I said, relenting to his words. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Get your shield up. Who knows when Magneto will do a sneak attack? I asked Ms. Aurora, who activated the shield artifact like I had asked her to, causing a spherical shield to envelope her. It is going to be a problem finding Magneto here, Ms. Aurora said after seeing the entire scene before her eyes. We were currently on the beach and could clearly see footprints going from the beach to the forest. Magneto had clearly hidden himself in the forest because he knew that he would have an advantage if he fought while hiding. How will we even find Magneto in this forest in such darkness? It will be a huge pain even if Magneto does not attack us while we search for him, Ms. Aurora commented as she realized how difficult it would be to search for Magneto in night. Let me take care of the darkness, I said as I casted a spell. As soon as the spell was casted, several balls of light started floating around us, illuminating the area. That takes care of the watch out, I warned Ms. Aurora as I sensed something with my dragon sense. My hand instinctively turned into a claw and I caught something with it. Clang. Something also struck Ms. Aurora's shield, creating a sharp sound. I opened my hand to see that it was a small iron spike. Looks like Magneto had hidden a lot of insidious things in his suit. Now, let's see where you are, Magneto. I casted a life recognition spell to find a Magneto's location. Damn. This guy is quite smart. Magneto was continuously moving throughout the forest, which prevented me from getting his accurate location. I had not learned an advanced version of the life recognition spell, which granted me continuous tracking as I was busy studying other spells. The one I knew only provided me the location for a single moment and could not track the target continuously. What's the matter, Peter? Ms. Aurora asked upon seeing that I had difficulty tracking Magneto. Magneto is currently moving from one place to another, and my spell can only identify one's location at a single moment. So, in the end, I can't track Magneto. I explained the reason why my tracking unsuccessful. Clang. Magneto attacked once again, this time focusing on Ms. Aurora, shooting a total of 3 spikes at her, each one moving along a curved path to attack her from different directions. Perhaps he had not attacked me because I had easily caught the iron spike he had thrown at me. Damn it. At this rate, we will be just sitting ducks. Ms. Aurora, you wait here. I will go and catch that bastard, I said, incensed by Magneto's sneak attacks. Wait a moment, Peter. I was about to rush into the forest when Ms. Aurora suddenly stopped me. Do you have any idea how we can bring Magneto outside? I asked. Yes, I have. It is something I have learnt recently. First tell me how far Magneto is. Ms. Aurora asked. About 200 meters away, I replied after checking. All right. Now just watch. Saying these words, Ms. Aurora pointed her hand towards the ocean. Suddenly, I felt heat in the air as water in the ocean started vaporizing and became clouds right in front of my eyes. Then, Ms. Aurora moved her hand towards the forest, and the clouds started entering the forest just as she had gestured. Soon after the clouds entered the forest, they somehow turned into fog, causing the entire forest area to be shrouded in a thick fog. Honestly, this entire process looked quite mystical. That's great, Ms. Aurora. The fog will prevent Magneto from moving throughout the forest as smoothly as before. This will make it much easier for me to catch Magneto, I said, excited to finally catch him. No, it has not ended yet, Peter. The show is still left, Ms. Aurora said upon hearing my words. Soon after she said these words, another wave of heat hit me from the front. Now, I realized what Ms. Aurora had been trying to do. The fog was only for increasing the humidity of the area. As soon as the fog settled, she created a heat wave inside the forest. Moreover, she was continuously increasing the temperature even now. This much heat combined with humidity will pretty much cause Magneto to literally boil inside his suit. He will have to leave the forest region if he wants to escape the heat, otherwise he will simply fall unconscious due to heat stroke. This method is great, Ms. Aurora. But what if Magneto goes deeper inside the forest instead of coming out of it? I asked as it was a possible outcome. If that happens, I will simply cause the entire forest to be covered in fog so that you can hunt him down. Honestly, I did this long trick because I wanted to test how much my powers had grown, which I couldn't test inside the X-Mansion. But I don't think that Magneto will actually retreat. His resources are already few. He knows that the longer the battle stretches out, the lesser will be his chances of victory. So, he will probably do a final attack in a void to defeat us. Ms. Aurora explained why she thought that Magneto would probably not retreat. She had fought with him before, so her assumption was likely going to be correct. It is as you have said. Magneto is moving in our direction, I said after checking his location once again. Soon after my words finished, Magneto burst out of the forest, his face full of sweat. As soon as he appeared, Magneto pointed his arms towards us. Several small iron rods released from the gauntlets on his hands, and many holes also appeared all over his suit, which launched several spikes towards us as well. Just this much, Magneto? Ms. Aurora said as she saw Magneto's barrage and created a fierce blizzard which rushed towards Magneto and also served as a barrier against the iron barrage. I, on the other hand, didn't create a barrier to stop the barrage coming towards me. Master Ing Nan had taught me how to fight in this kind of cases. If possible, one should attack the caster rather than block his attacks. I immediately took the stance of thunderclap and flash, without giving any attention to the barrage of iron coming towards me, and then flashed to escape the iron assault. As soon as I escaped the barrage, I shot a weak bolt of lightning at Magneto, causing his attention as well as his control to falter. Whatever spikes still remained in the air immediately slowed down, and some even dropped on the ground. I then flashed again towards Magneto and struck the back of his neck, causing him to fall unconscious. This also led to the remaining iron spikes floating in the air to finally drop down. Phew! Magneto was truly relentless. No wonder Professor said that he would be ruthless. Ms. Aurora commented as she came close to Magneto's unconscious body. Anyways, let's leave now. It is quite already late at night, I said, ready to departure now that Magneto had been captured. Clap. Clap. I was about to create a portal when I heard the sound of clapping from somewhere. I moved the searchlights towards where the sound of clapping was coming from to see who it was. But when the lights illuminated that person, I could not believe who it was. Hello, Peter. Long time no see. Spider Supreme was standing there clapping at my battle against Magneto. Moreover, he was not alone. There was a young petite girl around 15 or 16-year-old with him. She had long flowing silver hair that cascaded down her back and framed her face with straight bangs. Her eyes were surprisingly a piercing golden. She wore a white and blue dress with intricate designs. So, this is my little brother, huh? The young girl suddenly said while facing me. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. I didn't know who this little girl who was calling me little brother was, but I could feel the sheer amount of power radiating from her small body with my dragon sense. I was sure that I would not be able to defeat her even if I used every single ounce of my power. This was something I had never felt ever since I had gained my powers from Spider Supreme. But then again, I believe it was something to be expected. If Spider Supreme could give me such incredible powers just for research, he was sure to have even more powerful people with him. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have any hostile intentions towards us. I could even feel some sort of familiarity with her, but I didn't know why. Excuse me. Who are you and why are you calling Peter little brother? After all, you look even younger than him. Ms. Aurora questioned as she heard the girl's absurd way of addressing me. Ms. Aurora, I know you are looking out for me as my teacher, but you don't understand what kind of existence this little girl is. Who are you calling little girl, huh? I am several times older than you. The little girl said angrily as she heard Ms. Aurora's words. So, you do admit, Melusine, that you are an old grandma? Spider Supreme said teasingly to the girl who was apparently named Melusine. It was quite an iconic name, clearly one I had never heard before. Ow! Melusine didn't say anything in response to Spider Supreme's teasing, and instead punched him lightly on his side, causing him to yelp. I don't need to tell you that my race doesn't have any concept of age. As such, I am forever young. Melusine said in a self-righteous tone. Why are you here, Spider Supreme? And who is this girl? Ms. Aurora asked once again upon receiving no answer to her question. Unfortunately, that is something I can only answer to Peter, Aurora Monroe. So you have to go. Spider Supreme suddenly snapped his fingers, and both Ms. Aurora and Magneto disappeared before my eyes. No way. Was that spatial displacement? How did Spider Supreme perform it so smoothly that I couldn't perceive the slightest ripple? You don't need to worry about them. I sent both of them back to X-Mansion, Spider Supreme said, assuring me that both of them were all right. There were a lot of things I wanted to ask Spider Supreme, but first I needed to say something to him. Thank you for saving my life. I thanked him because if it was not for him, I won't even be here. I could thank him freely now that we were alone. Hey! Enough of that kind of serious talk. Focus on this big sis of yours. Do you know how much hard it was for me to get him to take me along? Melusine said with a pout. Why do you call yourself my big sister? I asked the biggest question currently on my mind. Have you ever had a vision about the dragon from which your powers are descended? Melusine asked. Yes, I had seen it in a dream. It was a giant dragon of unimaginable size with shining white scales. Moreover, I had even seen how it died in the dream. I answered. That dragon was Albion. It is a dragon from Irish and British mythology. Although there are several variations about how powerful that dragon was, the version of Albion from which your powers came from was actually much more stronger than any description of it. You must have already felt how powerful it was in your dreams. Albion was a primordial dragon, powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with gods and even kill them. Gods actually exist in this world. And this dragon was capable of killing them. I was shocked by Spider Supreme's description of Albion. And I was born from Albion's corpse after it died. In fact, it was because of his research on me that Spider Supreme could create the serum which granted you this power. Since you used the serum which contained Albion's DNA, you are therefore my little brother. Melusine cheerfully explained why I was her little brother. Can you release your full power, Peter? I need to analyze your body to see how much it has adapted to your powers. Also, remove your suit. It will obstruct the analysis. Spider Supreme asked for my cooperation. Sure. I complied with his orders and transformed into my draconic form after switching to my casual clothes. Let's see what is your condition. Spider Supreme casted a spell which started analyzing the condition of my body. You have achieved control over your rampant instincts quite fast. Very good. Overall, the synchronization of your body with the Saint Graph is quite great, especially considering its condition. Spider Supreme said after completing the analysis, saying a word I couldn't understand the meaning of, Saint Graph. What is Saint Graph? I asked since I didn't know what it meant. It is the foundation of your dragon powers. You can think of it as a spiritual program inside your soul which contains your powers. It is what transforms your body and grants you these powers. Spider Supreme explained. Well, this explained why Rogue couldn't absorb my powers. It was because her powers were biological in nature, while mine were actually spiritual. But was it really necessary to leave the Saint Graph with just bare bones? Melusine said as she suddenly appeared beside me and poked my body. Just look at him. Although his strength and attack are passable, he has got no speed. How can I call him my little brother with just this much speed? Melusine complained. This much power is just the bare bones. I was shocked to hear that my Saint Graph was only bare bones, as even with this much power, I had never met my match till now. Yes, it is actually bare bones. When I had grafted the Saint Graph into your body with the Albion serum, I had only provided it just enough energy to barely function. I would say that you are only using about 10% of its true power currently. Spider Supreme said, shocking me once again. Well, that explains why I only had this much power when Albion was so powerful. This fact was shocking, but it actually explained a lot of my questions. As for Melusine's question, it was extremely important to leave the Saint Graph with only this much power, as it was after all the Saint Graph of a dragon. If it was at its full power, Peter would have turned into an actual dragon instead. Peter, you must have felt a surge of wild instincts inside you once you woke up, right? Spider Supreme questioned. How can I forget about that time? It felt like my body was not my own. It took me months to finally have my body fully under my control. I still shuddered whenever I thought about those times. Those wild instincts were due to the power of a dragon seeping into your body through the Saint Graph. If your Saint Graph had been at full power, it would have turned you into a mindless, berserk dragon. Spider Supreme explained the true potential of the Saint Graph inside my body. Then, I thank you once again for your consideration. I thanked him once again because such meticulousness deserved praise, especially when the test subject was my body. However, the time has finally come to amplify the power of your Saint Graph. I have found a way to increase the power of your Saint Graph without turning you into a dragon. This will do the job. Spider Supreme explained the reason for his appearance here, and revealed something from his suit. A card. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. In the hands of Spider Supreme was a silver card which seemed to be covered with magic circles. What can this card do? I asked, puzzled about the function of this card. This card is no ordinary card, Peter. It contains a special Saint Graph I have built just for you. You have no idea how much hardships I had to endure just to learn how to make this kind of cards. Spider Supreme said in a sorrowful tone, as if remembering those hardships. Come on, Zelrich was not even that hard of a teacher. Melusine said, countering his claim and revealing the name of Spider Supreme's teacher, Zelrich. You are saying this because you didn't learn under him. You have no idea how much of a troll that millennia-old coat is. Spider Supreme said while cursing Zelrich. Anyways, we are talking about the function of this card. This card contains an empty human Saint Graph which will merge with your original Saint Graph. Once it has been merged, it will turn your body into a receptacle of your dragon powers, allowing you to use more of your Saint Graph's power without turning into a dragon. That is why I have also injected enough energy in this card to boost your Saint Graph's power to about 25% of its true potential. Wait a minute. Before you use this card on me, I have a few questions. I interrupted Spider Supreme and asked. Sure. You deserve to know what is going on. I will try to answer any questions you may ask. Spider Supreme agreed readily. Why are you giving me this much power? What are your motives? It was something I needed to know before I accepted this card. I just need you to do a few things for me once I deem you strong enough. Although it will likely not be for a few years. Don't worry though. It is nothing evil. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the details now. Spider Supreme said, answering my question quite vaguely. Can you not do it by yourself? You are so powerful. After all, it was you who gave me these powers. And even if you can't, there is still Melusine here who has the powers from the same dragon but is much stronger than me. I questioned. Melusine has quite some restrictions placed on her in this case. I will try my best, but I believe that I will not be enough. As such, I need your help. I can't tell you more than that for now. Spider Supreme said, giving again a vague explanation. Since the experiment on me was successful, can't you give yourself the same Saint Graph as mine? After all, you are the one who made it. I questioned since it made sense. This is one of the restrictions I have as a spider person, or rather a spider totem as is the actual term. I will always be a spider no matter what more I become. As such, I can't transform into a dragon from a spider. Spider Supreme explained his helplessness in this matter. I can tell you, however, what made me choose you specifically. I needed a Peter Parker who was not a spider totem. And this was harder to find than you would think. Is it really that hard? I questioned as I thought it would not be too difficult to find someone like that in the multiverse. More than 80% of the spider totem you would find in the entire multiverse are Peter Parker or a variation of him. Those who are not, they often die in the journey of a spider totem. Spider Supreme said in a sorrowful tone, shocking me. Does that mean the decision I took back then to use the lizard serum was one of those cases? I said as I connected the dots. More likely than not. You probably would not have taken this drastic decision if fate had not willed it to happen. I have seen it too many times. A spider totem's life is filled with many tragedies. And one tragedy which is confirmed to happen at least once in their life is the death of a loved one. Does that mean that I was just a puppet of fate? I quickly shook my head as this thought filled my mind. What had occurred was already in the past. There was no need to ruminate over it or blame it on something else. I just needed to look forward. But it is possible to circumvent these tragedies. Like you did with mine. I said, realizing just what had he done when he had saved my life. Yes, I did. But it took me several experiments before I could do it perfectly. Even then, more often than not, I could not save them because I was just not on time. I could feel genuine sorrow in his voice as he explained how much he had done so that he could save those like me. Why does this even happen? I said as I could not understand the purpose of this fate thrusted upon those like me. The reason is very complex. Just know that it is related to the working of the entire multiverse and can't be easily broken. I will explain it to you next time. Enough of this sad talk. It is about time Peter used the card. Melusine said, reminding us of Spider Supreme's actual purpose for coming here. So, you ready? Spider Supreme asked as he got ready to use the card on me. I will not be unconscious for 4 days like last time, right? I asked as I didn't want to disappear again out of nowhere. Don't worry. It will not take that much time. I think it will take only about half an hour. Moreover, it will be painless. Spider Supreme said, assuring me. All right. Use it then. I said, giving my affirmation. Okay. I am starting. But I would advise you to remove your clothes and artifacts so that they are not damaged by the energy released during the procedure. Spider Supreme said one last advice. As he said these words, Melusine turned her back to us so as to not peek on me. If you say so. I stripped naked using the transformation bracelet and then give all the artifacts I had to Spider Supreme. I am starting now. As he said these words, the silver card started floating and then entered my chest without any interruption. As soon as the card entered my body, I could feel the dragon I had seen before while meditating, roaring inside me. I became aware of the Saint Graph inside my soul Spider Supreme was talking about. I could feel its power growing and soon I was enveloped in a cocoon of red lightning. But I didn't lose consciousness. I could feel the power of the Saint Graph entering my body and modifying it, strengthening it to another level. However, This enhancement was not a wild one like it was when I had obtained these powers. This time, every bit of power entering and enhancing my body felt obedient. I could control my body just as smoothly as I could before. Just as Spider Supreme had said, after about half an hour, the enhancement was completed and the cocoon of red lightning was absorbed by my body. Here, dress up now, Spider Supreme said, throwing my transformation bracelet to me. I immediately changed into casual clothes using the bracelet and wore the rest of the artifacts. I had a lot to ask Spider Supreme after this enhancement, but I felt restless as I wanted to check how much my body had improved. So, I moved across the island and punched a tree. As soon as I punched the tree, it was immediately uprooted and flew away because of the strength of my fist. Although I was impressed by my enhancement in strength, the main improvement was in my speed. Just now, when I had moved, I had easily reached the speed I could only achieve using a low-powered flash. Now, I could understand why Melusine had said that I had no speed. Now this is what I was talking about. I can now proudly say that you are my little brother, Melusine said, praising my speed. Say, wanna have a flight together? Melusine suddenly offered. Sure, why not? I agreed as I also needed to check how much my flight capability had improved. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Release your wings now. I want to see how they look, Melusine demanded. Sure, I said and released my wings since I also wanted to see how much they had changed. As my wings unfurled from my back, I was surprised to see how much they had evolved. Although my wings had a metallic texture before, they now had a fully aerodynamic design. If seen from afar, I think they would not even seem to be wings. Curious about how much I had changed, I entered into my draconic form completely with a burst of red lightning. My horns were much slicker now and also coated with my unique red lightning. The scales no longer appeared randomly over my body. I had now full control over where they appeared. Moreover, the scales also had a complete metallic texture now. Overall, my draconic form now had a more metallic feel than a reptilian one. Now this is what I was talking about. Let me show you my wings. As she said these words, Melusine was suddenly covered in a blue light. When the blue light disappeared, she looked much different from before. She had wings similar to mine on her back, the only difference being blue glowing lines on them instead of red ones like mine. She now wore a skin-tight uniform, although I could see blue lines on some parts of her body where her skin was exposed. But the most unique part were her horns. She had a crown of quite small horns on her head which glowed a soft blue. Moreover, they were bent so much that they looked more like a hair ornament than actual horns. How do I look? Melusine asked excitedly, although I could see some nervousness in her tone. You look awesome, I said and even followed with a thumbs up. By the way, why does your body glow blue instead of red like mine? I asked curiously. That is something we can talk about later. Come, it's time for us to have a flight, Melusine said, looking excited for the flight with me. Follow me. As she said these words, Melusine's wings started glowing and then she was off, her wings blasting energy as though they were jet engines. See ya later, Spider Supreme, I said to Spider Supreme as I took off after her, boosting my wings to catch her, causing them to also look like jet engines. I was surprised by how fast I was compared to before. I reckon that I could catch up to actual jets. Moreover, I could maneuver smoothly without losing any control. Liking it so far, little bro? Melusine asked with a grin. She had slowed down her speed so that I could catch up to her. Of course, I answered with a smile. As both of us flew over the sea shimmering in moonlight at high speeds, it just felt surreal. Catch me if you can, Melusine said after about a minute, and then boosted her wings to fly farther away from me. I just grinned at her challenge and also boosted my wings to catch up to her. For a few moments, my speed was good enough to catch up to her, but soon I hit my limit. I could not boost my wings anymore. I can't increase my speed more, I shouted to Melusine as I admitted my defeat. Use Mana Burst, Melusine shouted back, asking me to use something I had never heard of before. What is Mana Burst? Oh, just as I was about to ask about Mana Burst, its information suddenly appeared in my mind. It was a skill, although I didn't understand why this term was used here. However, it was a process to enhance one's physical prowess in a burst using high amounts of magical energy. Because it required a huge amount of magical energy, only those with a huge reservoir like my Dragonheart could use it. Although it didn't fit right with me to use such a powerful skill for just boosting my flight speed, it was actually a good chance to test this skill. So, I used Mana Burst, causing huge amounts of magical energy, much more than I had ever used at once to flow through my body and enhance it. And consequently, My flight speed increased once more as my wings burnt through a huge amount of magical energy. As I came closer to Melusine, I could see her smiling at me. "Now, this is enough speed that someone with Albion's power should have," she said with a smile. Her smile looked exceptionally beautiful in the moonlight. As we flew together at speeds rivaling that of fighter jets, I could feel a bond forming between us. After all, she was the only one who are similar to me. That was one great flight. I never had a chance to fly like that with anyone else, Melusine said as we returned to the island after a few minutes. She seemed truly happy after flying together with me. You know, I was the one who had personally asked Spider Supreme to add mana burst in that card, so that you could fly even faster, Melusine said while smiling. Then, I would have to thank you for this amazing skill, I said, thanking her. I am very happy that Spider Supreme gave you Albion's powers. For the first time, I have someone who is similar to me, Melusine said with an enchanting smile. Although I was happy to hear these words from Melusine and a bond was forming between us, I felt hesitant to be the reason for happiness as I remembered what had led to me obtaining these powers. You must have heard what led to me accepting Spider Supreme's proposal and transforming into my current state. Can you accept me as your little brother even after hearing what had actually happened? I asked after gathering some courage. You had not done anything wrong. You just wanted to be strong. There is nothing wrong with that. The weak always want to grow stronger. It is the law of the world, Melusine said philosophically, surprising me with her words. You know what, Peter? You remind me of my other little brother, Percival. He was just like you, righteous and wanting to grow stronger so that he could protect others, Melusine said, talking about another brother of hers. We have another brother, I asked, surprised by her words. He was actually just a human. However, he was raised along with me, so I was his big sister. He is, no more. Melusine reluctantly shared Percival's fate with a sad face. Sorry. I didn't know that this had happened. I apologized. You don't need to be sorry. But Percival and you would have definitely gotten along. Both of you are so much similar, Melusine said with sad smile. So, how was your flight? Spider Supreme said, breaking the sad atmosphere as he arrived. So, how was your first experience with Mana Burst? Did you like it? Spider Supreme asked. It went great. But what are skills? I asked. Skills are a kind of power which is embedded in a Saint graph. They can perform a large variety of functions, ranging from attack and defense to even enhancement. Spider Supreme explained. Since we are talking about several functions of Saint Graph, let me explain to you the bread and butter of Saint Graphs, the noble phantasms. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. What are noble phantasms? I asked curiously. Not only are they the most powerful and important part of a Saint Graph, they are also its very identity. Spider Supreme explained to me the importance of noble phantasms. Their very identity? I questioned, confused by his explanation. To explain Saint Graph properly, I must tell you about their history. It originated in a universe which was very similar to our own, but with very different underlying laws. People who are famous enough there that they were written down in history could ascend to a higher form of existence called heroic spirits after their death to a different dimension called Throne of Heroes. Actually, the term heroic spirit is a bit of a misnomer as not all heroic spirits were actually heroes. One only needed to be famous enough for their fame to last centuries to enter the Throne of Heroes. You can find a large variety of famous people there, ranging from villains, heroes, scientists to even authors. I was astonished to learn about the Throne of Heroes. A place where every famous person in history from heroes, villains, kings, and even scientists and others gathered. The mages of that world managed to create a way to summon those heroic spirits in a diminished form who they called servants, in their arrogance. These servants were actually a spiritual body formed completely of magical energy in which the heroic spirits descended. And the foundation of their spiritual body was the Saint Graph which contained all their powers. The noble phantasms are what made these heroic spirits famous when they were alive, and is thus a vital part of their identity. Oftentimes, it is a weapon such as a sword or a spear which was used by the heroic spirit. A perfect example would be King Arthur, whose noble phantasm would be Excalibur along with various other weapons he had used in his life such as Rongaminiad. Spider Supreme explained everything about heroic spirits and noble phantasms patiently. I was honestly in awe as I heard about heroic spirits from him. But Albion was a dragon, not a human. How did you create its Saint Graph then? I asked as I was confused by this fact. Be patient. I am explaining it now. Actually, the Saint Graph is quite flexible and can be modified by powerful spells. Moreover, It can even be grafted into a human through various means. In fact, a lot of higher beings had Saint Graph in that universe. As such, I had created Albion's Saint Graph using the DNA I had obtained from its corpse and reference data for research on Melusine's body. Even then, it was not an easy task and took several years. In fact, I also have a grafted Saint Graph. Let me show you my noble phantasm, Melusine said excitedly. Her hands became covered in a blue light, and when the blue light disappeared, there were gauntlets on her hands on which swords were fixed. The swords were not normal swords either. I could see several words engraved on the swords in an unknown language. This is my noble phantasm, Innocence Arondite. Melusine told me proudly. Arondite, where have I heard that name before? I had heard this name clearly somewhere, but I seemed to miss the source. It is Lancelot's sword from the Arthurian legends. Mine is a modified version of that sword. Lancelot's Saint Graph Vas grafted on me by Her Majesty, thus giving me the name Fairy Knight Lancelot, Melusine said triumphantly. Fairy Knight? Fairies actually exist, and you are a fairy? Weren't you born from Albion? I was truly surprised by Melusine's sudden proclamation. They do not exist in this world. Melusine is from a world which actually existed. Since she was raised by fairies, she also has the traits of a fae. But you should be thankful that the fairies do not exist in your world. Because they were one bloody hell of cunts who actually enslaved humans. Spider Supreme told me the true nature of the fairies, shocking me. And here I had thought that the fairies were actually pure of heart as was taught in the stories. If they were truly like what Spider Supreme said them to be, then this world was indeed better off without them. Hey! Not all of us were evil. Just look at me, how I turned out. Besides, you yourself are married to Her Majesty, Fairy Queen Morgan Le Fay, Melusine said to Spider Supreme in an accusing tone. Ha! You are married and your wife is Morgan Le Fay. I may not be too familiar with Arthurian legends, but the name Morgan Le Fay was just too infamous. Don't look so surprised. This Morgan Le Fay has nothing to do with Arthurian legends. In fact, the Arthurian legends had not even taken place in that world. Here, let me show you my wedding photos. Spider Supreme happily took out his wedding photos to show to me. As soon as I saw the pictures, I was shocked. Because, I could see a mature version of the old me in the picture along with a silver-haired, blue-eyed beauty, both of them looking happy married. This just reminded me of my relationship with Emma. Although the silver-haired woman, Morgan Le Fay in the picture looked quite different from Emma. Her silver hair as well as the cold expression on her face reminded me too much of her. Spider Supreme showed me various pictures of his wedding joyfully. Some where he was with just his wife and others which were group pictures. However, I noticed one thing in all these pictures. Where are Uncle Ben and Aunt May? I asked as there was no chance they would not be at the other me's wedding. I guess I forgot to tell you about this fact. Spider Supreme said, his voice taking a sorrowful tone. I suddenly dreaded the answer to my question. I am more than 200 years old at this moment. So, you can understand what had happened. Everyone I used to know when I was young has already passed on. Spider Supreme said this fact sorrowfully. Did your age not affect your marriage? I asked in a bid to change the topic. Of course, it doesn't. After all, Her Majesty is already more than 2,000 years old. Melusine answered this time. Really? She doesn't look like she could be any more than in her late 20s. I was surprised to learn about this fact. Magic sure was convenient in this case. Anyways, we are going off the topic. We were talking about noble phantasms. Spider Supreme said, returning to the topic. Actually, you already have a noble phantasm which you are using. Then why do I not know about it? I asked, surprised by Spider Supreme's words. Because it is actually a passive noble phantasm called Armor of Albion. The incredible defense you have is because of this noble phantasm. It had taken a lot of time and effort for me to include this noble phantasm in the serum. It works by giving your skin the same defense as dragon scales. No wonder, my defense has always been this strong ever since I had gained this Saint Graph. Actually, you have another noble phantasm, but that one can only be used when your Saint Graph's power is at 100%. Anyways, I had not told you about noble phantasms just for explaining about them. I want you to develop another noble phantasm, the details of which I have already transferred to you when I had given you that card. As Spider Supreme said these words, the name of the noble phantasm he wanted me to develop manifested in my mind. Blessing of Albion? Yes, Blessing of Albion. As noble phantasms are something originating from a different world with different underlying laws, it is quite difficult to create new ones. Moreover, it is still likely that they will not very strong. However, I am confident about this one. Albion, the dragon had a history of blessing those who garnered its attention. This noble phantasm is something which emulates that act of his. It is a support-type noble phantasm, through which you can grant dragon factors to someone temporarily. As I heard Spider Supreme's explanation, I realized how much of a broken skill it was. With this noble phantasm, I could give anyone the same powers as mine temporarily. But what do you mean by developing this noble phantasm? I questioned. As I have said before, this power works on different laws. So, you have to make this noble phantasm fit with the current laws. There is not much you have to do. The framework of the noble phantasm has already been transferred to you, and all you have to do is to make it fit. I have also installed instructions on how to do it. It should not take more than a week. Spider Supreme explained what I had to do patiently, as I was unaware of the inner workings of the noble phantasms. Anyways, since discussion is finished, I need to ask you something. What is the cosmic force which is connected to Emma and Jean? I questioned because if there was anyone who knew everything about this matter, it was definitely this guy, since he had connected that causing force to Emma. Ah, you mean the Phoenix Force? Spider Supreme answered. It is actually the Phoenix Force. As I heard the answer, I was truly shocked. Phoenix Force was literally one of the strongest cosmic forces in the universe, which had complete control over psionic energy. The sorcerers knew little about this force, as it was only documented by the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. You don't need to worry. It is not that had to negotiate and control this force. Here, take this. It contains everything you need to know about the Phoenix Force. Spider Supreme said, handing me a USB drive. I took a sigh of relief as I realized that with the knowledge regarding Phoenix Force in our hand, Emma and Jean would not have a hard time dealing with it. Beep. Beep. I was about to continue the conversation when suddenly Spider Supreme's wristwatch rang. Oh, it seems that our time to return has come. Spider Supreme said. Damn. Why did he have to go so quickly? I had a lot to ask him, such as what he had used on Emma. Before I go, Peter, take this. Spider Supreme said, giving me another silver card which had an image of a dragon's head similar to that of Albion on it. This card will temporarily charge your Saint Graph to 100% and enable you to enter your dragon form. Spider Supreme explained the purpose of the card, shocking me. But where would I even use this? I have never had a situation where I even had to use my true strength, which has been enhanced even more now. I would literally never have to use this card. Besides, would I even be able to control my dragon form? I questioned, as I was already too damn overpowered. You don't need to worry. Since it is a temporary power-up, there should be no problems. Besides, that time will come very soon. Till then, adios. Saying these words, Spider Supreme created a rainbow portal and left with Melusine before I could ask what he meant when he said that the time will come very soon. Chapter 81. Interlude 1. Spider Supreme's POV. So, what do you think about Peter? I asked once we returned to my dimension. My little brother is a good and honest kid. But honestly, he reminds me a lot of Percival, like I have said before. Melusine said, giving her assessment in a sad tone. By the way, I still have difficulty believing that something like this exists. A being which is born out of a planet. A celestial. And you all killed it and even made it your headquarters. Melusine said as I looked at the huge face of Tiamat, the celestial in which Avengers had made their headquarters for more than 100 years. It was something necessary. I can't believe those idiotic celestials actually put a seed of a celestial in Earth. Earth is the dimensional nexus of any world in this multiverse. If it is destroyed, the secondary dimensions will literally start overlapping with the main dimension. It will invite so many dimensional invasions that the entire universe will destroyed in a few years. I explained the reason Tiamat had to be killed. By the way, do you regret not dying that day? I asked Melusine hesitantly. Everyone wants to live in this world. I just regret that my entire world was destroyed, even though it was a cruel one. Everything I used to know vanished like it never even existed. Melusine said sorrowfully. It was something unavoidable. Even though the British Lost Belt had evolved to a lost world, that doesn't detract the fact that it was a world which should have been destroyed long ago. We could do nothing, as it was just that world's fate. But Her Majesty had prevented that destruction for thousands of years, even though she hated nearly every fairy. You can't just dismiss her efforts. Still, I can't be that it was you, someone who are so weak in front of us, that time was the one who had saved all of us. Melusine said, remembering how I had been the one who had saved everyone from their death. Well, you can thank Morgan for that. Who would have thought that she would catch me while I was snooping around in my astral form? How can I forget that fateful meeting which had led to me saving her as well as her knight's life? And she was intelligent enough to take advantage of you upon realizing that you were not from our dimension. If it were not for Her Majesty creating backup bodies for us and you transferring our souls into them, we would not be alive, Melusine said, reminiscing about the past. At that time, I had no other options. I needed to escape that dimension no matter how, but the dimensional barriers were too strong and my powers were too diminished there. And after what happened with me in the Indian Lost Belt, I feared going to any other Lost Belt. It was fortunate that I went to the British one. Those times were really tough for me. Fortunately, I managed to find some good comrades even though trust was not actually formed between us before we left that world of Lost Belts. Still, I had never guessed that I would marry Morgan one day. After all, she was always so cold and distant. Even after the destruction of British Lost Belt, there was only a business relationship between us, which was only because every one of us wanted to escape that dimension at that point. But after a point, trust started forming between us and they decided to accompany me even when I came back to my own multiverse. Hello, father. I was brought out of my thoughts as I was greeted by Baoban Sith, my stepdaughter. She was a red-haired beauty wearing a Victorian-era red-colored dress. She was the adopted daughter of Morgan and the only one with whom I didn't have a good relationship for a long time. I never liked how cruel and sadistic she was. But everything changed when Morgan helped her regain her memories of her past lives. Baoban Sith was so confused and broken by her memories at that time because the memories of her previous and present lives painted a completely different picture of who she was. It was at that time that I had helped her face those memories and rebuild herself, creating a bond between us in the process. She was now a fusion of her present and past life personalities, generally kind although her sadistic streak appeared quite often. As a result, she was quite accepting of my marriage with Morgan and had even recently started calling me father. So, how was your day? I asked Baoban Sith. Oh, it was great. I had went to the moon and am just returning now. I had a lot of fun visiting all the various cities on the moon. Let me show you the pictures. Baoban Sith said excitedly. I will see them later. But you are not abusing your privileges again, right? Although I didn't generally interfere with the government authorities, I was actually the de facto leader of the entire solar system. This was necessary so that I could have complete control over all the technology and other knowledge I had obtained from all over the multiverse, as I could not risk them falling into wrong hands. Of course, I am not doing so. I promise. Baoban Sith said, trying to convince me that she had not done anything of that sort. By the way, where are Kirsteria and Ophelia? I asked for their current locations. It was fortunate that I had been able to obtain their souls while I was checking on Chaldea's journey during the free time I had while serving Morgan. They had been of great help, especially Kirsteria, who only wanted to help humanity even though had not chosen the right path for it. They are on a date in Venice. Baoban Sith replied. All right. When they return, ask them to give me a report regarding the Artificial Valkyrie project's progress. I gave the directions to Baoban Sith. The Artificial Valkyrie project was based on the artificial Valkyries from the Scandinavian Lost Belt. Even though we had only an artificial Valkyrie's body for research when we had started the project, Kirsteria and Ophelia had been able to make amazing progress. The artificial Valkyries they had created could already show about 60% of the original's power, and a Valkyrie St. Graph project was also in the working. You girls get going. I have work to do, I said and left the girls' company. Try to complete your work early, father. You know how angry mother becomes when you don't give her enough attention. Baoban's voice sounded from behind me, reminding me of Morgan. I entered a restricted corridor, which only I along with a few others had the authority to enter. After going through several scans, I entered a lift which took me near the Celestial's heart, i.e. near the Earth's core. When the lift came to a stop, I could see a large mechanical pillar in the middle of the control room which controlled the entire headquarters. Give me a report of your observation in the recent week, Hephaestus. Show me what is going on around the multiverse nowadays. I ordered Hephaestus, who now ran much of the systems in the celestial base. The remnant of the machine god Hephaestus was yet another advantage I had brought from that world. I was lucky that our thoughts aligned and Hephaestus agreed to transfer his remaining consciousness so that he could come with me. It can be said that Hephaestus was fortunate since the clone he had left behind in the terminal had been killed by that evil bastard Ashia Duman in just a few days. It is as you have guessed. Enemies of the web are moving. As you know, the minions of Null have conquered yet another Earth just last week. Even Thon's movements can be felt. Hephaestus reported the grim news. What about the Spider Society Miguel O'Hara created? I asked. They are still working on the canon events, not knowing that a huge number of their problems are not even because of the canon events. They have no clue of their true enemy. Damn it! If it was not for the fact that I would be discovered by our enemies the moment I contacted Miguel, I would have given that idiot a big slap on his face. What about the Clarinomia I had brought? Have they been optimized yet? I asked about the Clarinomia I had stolen from Olympus. The Clarinomia have been optimized. But you have not told me who will you use them on? Hephaestus asked. Their users will be chosen when the time comes. I replied. At least, the preparations were going on well. The one major advantage I had was that the enemies of the web not aware of me as I was assumed to be dead when I fell into the other multiverse. Combined with everything I had brought from the other multiverse, I had more than a decent chance against them. But I could not reveal myself carelessly as it would be disadvantageous for us. As such I had no choice but to watch silently as they started moving. However, I would have to move one day and at a critical point, otherwise this could turn into a multiversal war. Don't worry too much. You are doing as much as you can, Hephaestus said, cheering me up. Beep. Beep. Look, your wife is already calling. Go and spend some time with her, Hephaestus said upon receiving Morgan's message. Morgan, dear. I greeted Morgan as I arrived at my room but was stunned at the view before my eyes. Morgan was on the bed wearing a stunning black lingerie, her piercing eyes staring at me with a sultry look. What's the occasion? I jokingly asked. Do I need an occasion to dress up for my husband? Besides, you looked quite worried these days. So, I decided to cheer you up. Morgan answered. You know what is going on these days. The situation can easily turn into a multiversal war in just a few years. As one of the strongest spider totem in the entire multiverse, I have a lot of responsibility. Like my Uncle Ben had said long time ago, with great power comes great responsibility. I said, revealing my thoughts to her as I sat down on the bed. I know. But you along with all of us are you doing everything we can. As such, worrying needlessly will not do anything. Morgan said, asking me to not worry too much. Now, remove your suit. This is our bedroom, not any other place. After all, I have worn this lingerie especially for you. Morgan ordered. All right. I removed my suit using the transformation belt I wore and then transferred all of my artifacts into a spatial pocket dimension. Now come here, dear, Morgan said, placing her arms around my neck as soon as I removed my clothes. As our lips kissed and we fell on the bed, I realized once again how lucky I was to have such an incredible wife. Chapter 82. Chapter 81. Mr. Hank, are the robots ready? I asked from the danger room. Yes, they are. But try not to damage them too much, Mr. Hank said, asking us to damage the robots less if possible like always. I will see what I can do, I replied with a grin. It had been a week since my meeting with Spider Supreme and my big sis Melusine. I had now gained proper control over all the enhancements I had received from the upgrade Spider Supreme had given me. Emma and Jean had also managed to regulate their connection with Phoenix Force with the help of the information Spider Supreme had given us. Their psychic powers were now increasing day by day without any danger to themselves and everyone near them. Also, we could now see proper differences between Emma and Jean's usage of their psychic powers. Jean had mastery over both telepathy and telekinesis, but Emma's mastery in telepathy was just too superior compared to Jean's, although her telekinesis lagged behind a bit. It was likely because of the fact that Emma was originally a telepathic, so her mastery was in that field. Moving on, I had now created my first proper artifact using the Thunder Wolf's crystal. Originally, I was going to make it an attack-type artifact, but then Spider Supreme enhanced my powers, and I realized that I simply had no need for an attack-type artifact due to my powers. So, what kind of artifact you have made, Peter? You said that it was a surprise, Kurt asked excitedly. Every student was here in the danger room to see the artifact I had created, although only Mr. Hank was in the control room. Let me show you. Saying this, I showed everyone the artifact. A belt. Everyone was surprised to find that the artifact was in the form of a belt, which was rather unconventional. The belt in question had a black scaly design, while the buckle had a wolf head which held the elemental crystal, which was now completely red in color. Mr. Hank, activate the robots. I asked Mr. Hank once I wore the belt. The robots, upon being activated, moved towards me using their skates in an erratic fashion. Seeing their movement, I merely grinned and activated the artifact. As soon as the artifact was activated, the red crystal on the belt released a beam of red lightning which surprisingly took the form of a wolf. The wolf formed of red lightning rushed forward and destroyed all the robots in an instant using its tremendous speed. Once the robots were destroyed, the wolf let out a howl and returned to the belt as a beam of red lightning. Wow! How did that lightning took the shape of a wolf? Kitty asked, surprised by the artifact's function. This is a summon-type artifact. Since I do not require any attack-type artifact after the upgrade to my powers, I decided to create a summon-type artifact. It is quite difficult to create a summon-type artifact since there needs to be something which can control the summon construct. Fortunately, the elemental crystal of the Thunder Wolf had the remnant spirit of Thunder Wolf which enabled me to make this artifact. I have decided to call this artifact the Thunder Wolf Belt. What do you all think of it? It is awesome, Peter. Kurt answered with a thumbs up. Yeah, it is quite a unique artifact. Everyone else also said in agreement. Then Kurt, you will use this artifact from now on, I said suddenly, removing the belt and putting it in Kurt's hands. What? But why? How can take it? You have made it using so much of your time, Kurt asked, stunned by my sudden decision. Do you think that I need this artifact after my recent upgrade? This artifact is most suitable for you, what with your teleportation power. You will be able to summon the wolf wherever you want. Besides, you don't have any offensive means. As such, you should use it from now on. I explained the reason. All right. I will take this artifact if you insist. I will use it properly. You can count on me, Kurt said after some contemplation and agreed to my proposition. Hey, what about me? I also do not have any means of offense, Kitty complained. You can borrow the Thunder Wolf Belt from Kurt whenever you need it, Kitty. I will make an artifact for you later when I get the opportunity, I said to Kitty, promising to make an artifact for her later. Honestly, I could give my dragon claws to Kitty since they were also redundant for me after my upgrade. But she would definitely not be able to withstand the recoil of the artifact with her physique. By the way, do you think that your big sister who is apparently smaller than you would like this artifact you have made? Emma asked, referring to Melusine. When I had told everyone about Melusine upon returning, they had obviously been surprised to learn that there was actually someone similar to me, and with such a peculiar personality. Needless to say, I had to face a barrage of questions regarding her. Well, she would obviously have liked it. After all, she loves speed a little too much. As such, she would definitely be surprised by the summon's tremendous speed. I answered as I remembered how crazy she was regarding speed. Of course, she would love speed. Who would not when they have literal jet wings? Kitty said. That's definitely true. Ha ha ha. I along with everyone else started laughing at Kitty's words. Still, I can't believe that she made you burn so much mana to use that new skill, Mana Burst, which you had just obtained only for increasing your speed, Jean said. Hey, Peter. Had Spider Supreme told you something more? Like why he had connected me to the Phoenix Force? Emma asked. No, he hadn't. I was going to ask, but you had to leave since he did not have much time in this dimension for some reason. Most of the time I spent with Spider Supreme, he was explaining about my power and what I needed to know about it. I answered. I decided to withhold the personal information I knew about Spider Supreme since it was not my right to tell them. Besides, they still didn't know that Spider Supreme was actually another Peter Parker. Speaking of Spider Supreme, I remembered something. Kurt, can you go and see if Mr. Logan is free? If he is, please bring him here. I asked Kurt. But why? Why do you need Mr. Logan? Jean asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Spider Supreme had given me a little homework. Now that it has been completed, I have a new power to test. I answered. Damn. This Spider Supreme always gives some powers whenever he appears. What is he, Santa Claus? Bobby said, causing us to have a little laugh. Who knows? I said with a shrug. But why Mr. Logan? Why do you need him to test this power? Emma questioned. It is because this power actually grants a portion of my abilities to another person. As it is something untested, I decided to test it on Mr. Logan as his healing factor should be enough to prevent any unfortunate event in case anything happens. I explained why I had asked for Mr. Logan. Damn. It is one broken power. I am starting to believe that he is really Santa Claus, Emma said jokingly as she heard about the function of my new noble phantasm. All right, I am off, Kurt said, teleporting to find Mr. Logan. Let's see how does this Blessing of Albion work? Chapter 83. Chapter 82. Yo kids. What's up? Mr. Logan greeted us as he and Kurt appeared inside the danger room. Why did you call me? He asked. Dragon Boy here has obtained a new power from that spider wizard. So he wants to test it on you, Rogue said in her usual tone. Peter, why did you not tell us about this new power you had received when you had first returned? Mr. Logan asked in a serious tone. It is because that new power had not been developed yet. So, I decided to tell everyone when I had finally developed it. I explained the reason for withholding this fact. All right. But why do you need to test it on me? Mr. Logan questioned. I think it would be better to show it to you rather than explaining it. I said since Blessing of Albion was quite a unique noble phantasm. Okay, fine. Use it on me, Mr. Logan said, giving his permission, clearly wanting to finish this matter as soon as possible. After receiving Mr. Logan's permission, I took a deep sigh and then focused on the noble phantasm I had developed over the past week. I then activated the noble phantasm by saying its chant. Thou art garnered a dragon's attention, Blessing of Albion. As I said the chant, an orb of red light appeared between my hands and then flew over to Mr. Logan and entered his body. Whoa! Mr. Logan exclaimed as red sparks started appearing all around his body. Black scales suddenly grew on several parts of his body, and 2 small horns even appeared on his head. Awed by the change to his body, Mr. Logan released his metal claws, and to everyone's surprise, the claws were covered in my signature red lightning. What the hell did you do to me, Peter? Mr. Logan asked, shocked by the sudden transformation of his body. This is what Spider Supreme gave me, a noble phantasm. It is called Blessing of Albion. It allows me to give someone a portion of my powers temporarily. I explained everything about my noble phantasm. And here I thought you did this makeover permanently to me without asking my permission. Still, it is nice to have this power even temporarily, Mr. Logan said while laughing. By the way, what is a noble phantasm? Jean asked, noticing the unique term. You can think of it as a power which works according to myths and legends. For example, Albion, the dragon from which I have obtained these powers, had a penchant for giving blessings to those who garnered his attention. This caused the formation of my noble phantasm, Blessing of Albion, which copies that myth. I explained what were the noble phantasms. So the chant you said just now was to evoke that myth, right? Emma asked, ever the observant one. Yes, a chant related to the noble phantasm is used whenever it is activated. I confirmed Emma's hypothesis. Should I retract my noble phantasm now, Mr. Logan? I asked. Hell no, kid. It is not every day I get to enjoy a power-up. Let me use it a little first. Mr. Logan rejected my proposal, wanting to test the power-up. Sure. This will also give me some data on how much of a boost my noble phantasm provides, I said, agreeing with Mr. Logan. Hey, Hank! Mr. Logan suddenly shouted towards the control room. Yes. Mr. Hank replied in a nervous tone. Is the Sentinel repaired yet? Mr. Logan asked, raring to go against it. Don't even think about it, Logan. Peter had only caused a hole in it, but considering your current state, I am afraid that I will only find its pieces if I release the Sentinel, Mr. Hank said, rejecting Mr. Logan's request. Fine. Then, release the ordinary robots, Mr. Logan ordered. I am doing it. Have some patience, Mr. Hank said, relenting to Mr. Logan's orders. As the robots rushed towards Mr. Logan, he also leaped towards them, ready to test the upgrades he had temporarily received. It was easy to see that his speed was much higher than before. Looks like he had inherited a part of my speed too. As Mr. Logan's claws clad in red lightning hit a robot's body, it cleaved through it like it was butter. But something unique happened as he hit another one of the robots. The red lightning-clad metal claws suddenly sparkled intensely, and then released a bolt of red lightning which went on to hit the walls after burning through another robot's body. Finally, I got a long-range attack, Mr. Logan said with a grin as he saw the red lightning bolt. Then, he went on to release lightning bolts at the robots, only attacking with his claws when they got near. It was clear from his grin that he was happy to be able to use a long-range attack, although temporarily. That was one good workout, Mr. Logan said as he finished the last of the robots. Logan, Professor has called for. What the hell happened to you? Ms. Aurora exclaimed as she saw Mr. Logan's draconic appearance upon arriving in the control room. As we heard Ms. Aurora's shocked voice, all of us looked at each other and started laughing. Ha 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 ha. It was a good prank, although unintentional, Kurt said while laughing. Why is Logan like this, and why the hell are all of you laughing? Ms. Aurora asked in a furious voice as she entered the danger room. It is nothing serious, Ms. Aurora. I was just testing my new power which has turned Mr. Logan like this. Don't worry. It is only temporary. I explained the whole matter, causing Ms. Aurora to release a sigh of relief. And here I thought that something serious had happened. Ms. Aurora was glad to learn that it was just a temporary transformation. All right, kid. Turn me back, Mr. Logan said. With pleasure. I rescinded my noble phantasm, which caused all the changes in Mr. Logan's body to suddenly disappear in red particles. The red particles then formed together an orb of red light which was then absorbed into my hand. By the way, you are saying something, Aurora? Mr. Logan asked why she was looking for him. Professor Xavier has called for you. There is a SHIELD agent who wants to talk to us. Ms. Aurora explained the whole matter. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Mr. Logan said, ready to depart. Peter, you too. The SHIELD agent wants to meet with you specifically. Ms. Aurora said, shocking me. Me, but why? Chapter 84. Chapter 83. Why does the SHIELD want to meet me? I was obviously surprised by this request since I had never imagined that SHIELD would ask for me. Apparently, he wants us to go on a special mission for which he is creating a team. And he has specifically asked for Red Lightning to join the team. Ms. Aurora explained the whole matter as we moved to the ground floor from the basement. How much does the SHIELD know about me? I asked since it was important for me to know as a sorcerer. I could not afford to leak the existence of magic. Fortunately, they only know about your dragon powers and regard them as your mutant ability. They don't know about magic and that you are a sorcerer. We came close to revealing the existence of magic during the Magneto incident when you teleported Magneto. Fortunately, we were able to pass it off as Kurt's doing by explaining that Kurt had a secondary mutation and could now create portals. Thankfully, SHIELD had not been able to learn about magic. But they should know that you are Peter Parker since we have to file information about any mutant we take in. I was about to release a sigh of relief when Ms. Aurora revealed that they knew about my identity. Will this have any adverse effect on my family? I asked, worried about Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Likely not. When we first started taking in the mutant children, we made a deal with the government that in exchange of allowing the children to join their missions, the data of their parents will be anonymous and only their own data will be in the system. We made this deal because we didn't want the government to force the young mutants to work for them by taking their parents hostage. Moreover, even the only picture they have of you is of your current appearance. So, they can't find your relatives using this face of yours. Even the momentary surveillance which was put on your family will be off the record. So, you don't need to worry. Your family is completely safe. I released a sigh of relief finally once I learned from Ms. Aurora that my family will not be in danger because of me. Soon, we reached the lobby where we found Professor Xavier talking with a man in a business suit. Oh, all of you are finally here. Professor Xavier said, greeting all of us. You must be Peter, the famed Red Lightning. I am honored to meet such a great young man. The agent said as he enthusiastically greeted me. You are, I asked, taken a little aback by his forwardness. Oh, where are my manners? I am Phil Coulson, a SHIELD agent. The man, or rather Phil said, introducing himself. Nice to meet you, Agent Phil. However, I would prefer if you do not call me Red Lightning as I don't like that name too much. It was not that the name was bad, but it just felt that I could not use this name to define my identity. To be honest, I have become a big fan of yours ever since you defeated Sabretooth at the Long Island while defending the very protesters who hated mutant kind. Moreover, you did a great job taking down Magneto along with the Storm. Agent Phil started singing my phrases which honestly caused me to blush a little. But I was not alone during both times. It would have taken much longer for me to defeat Sabretooth if not for the help from my teammates. And you can't deny Storm's role in capturing Magneto. Despite my embarrassment from Agent Phil's praise, I countered those praises since they magnified my role while also diminishing the role others had played. As their friend, I definitely didn't want to undermine their efforts. Speaking of Magneto, how is that bastard doing? Mr. Logan asked. You don't need to worry. We have sealed Magneto in a prison made specifically for him. He can forget about escaping from that prison forever. Agent Phil said proudly. Enough of this buttering up, Agent Phil. Say your business now. Professor Xavier said in a serious tone. So, that was what Agent Phil was trying to do. By singing my praises, he was trying to make me more approachable to SHIELD and thus more prone to recruitment in future. All right. Since you are saying so, Professor, I will come directly to the main point. Agent Phil said, his face taking a serious expression. I want Wolverine, Storm and Peter here to join a special team SHIELD is creating, the Avengers. The mission for which we are making this team is extremely important, so we can't just give it to the X-Men. Agent Phil revealed his intention for coming here. Is this mission so tough that we mutants can't solve it alone? Mr. Logan asked. We can't take a single risk on this mission. That is why we are creating the Avengers, which will include not only mutants but also combat personnel from various fields. And it is very likely that the opponent will be your equal in combat strength. Agent Phil explained the nature of the mission. May I ask about the specifics of the mission? Professor Xavier asked. Unfortunately, the mission details are top secret and I can't reveal them here. However, I believe that what SHIELD is offering should be more than enough of an incentive. Agent Phil said. What you are offering this time is indeed near 10 times of what generally receive permission. What are your thoughts, everyone? Professor Xavier asked for our opinion. Well, with Peter and myself there along with Storm's firepower, I believe that this mission will be a piece of cake, Mr. Logan said, expressing his belief in our combat prowess. After all, he knew how much my powers had improved from the upgrade Spider Supreme had given me. Besides, my magic provided enough versatility that we could escape if things got too rough. Indeed, with all three of us together, I believe this mission will be doable. Ms. Aurora said in favor of accepting the mission. What about you, Peter? Professor Xavier asked for my opinion. I am also in favor of accepting the mission, Professor, I said, giving my affirmation. Very well then. We will accept this mission, Professor Xavier said, accepting the mission. All right. Since you have agreed, I want you three to be ready to depart in a few hours. I will also join you in the X-Jet on the journey to our destination, Agent Phil said, giving instructions for us to depart in a few hours. This fast. I was surprised that we had to depart in just a few hours. Yes. Director Nick Fury has asked for you to meet him as soon as possible. So, we have to hurry. Agent Phil explained the reason. Also, Peter. Agent Phil suddenly addressed me. I would like you to give me a code name now which you would use during the mission since you would not be using the name Red Lightning. Agent Phil asked for my code name. Fortunately, I had decided on what my code name will be. I had decided upon this code name upon hearing about the origin of my powers from Spider Supreme. You may call me Albion. Chapter 85. Chapter 84. An aircraft carrier? Wasn't the mission top secret? I questioned as the X-Jet flew to an aircraft carrier which obviously belonged to the SHIELD considering the logo it had on it. Director Nick Fury himself will brief you on this mission and he is here. Your teammates for this mission are also here. Agent Phil explained. Land it there. Agent Phil instructed as we landed on the aircraft carrier. You are finally here, Phil. A red-haired beauty greeted us as we departed from the X-Jet. Ah. Hello, Natasha. Agent Phil returned the greeting, revealing the woman's name, Natasha. Who is this new guy? I recognize Storm and Wolverine but not him. Natasha asked who I was. I had thought she would recognize me considering that I was rather famous. But it looks like she could not recognize me even when I was wearing my iconic suit. He is Albion. You may recognize him by the name he has been given, Red Lightning. Agent Phil said, introducing me. But isn't he just a kid from what I know about him? Natasha questioned. He is. But Director Fury decided to have him on the team even if only for backup. We can't just ignore his firepower after all. Agent Phil explained the reason for my presence. Who is she? I asked as Agent Phil was answering her every question without any hesitation. Oh. This is Agent Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow. She is one of our top agents and would be a part of the team we are creating. Agent Phil introduced Agent Natasha as our future teammate. That is enough talk, Phil. Now you must go. Director Fury is waiting for you in the control room. Natasha gave Agent Phil his orders. Looks like I must go, everyone. I will leave you in the hands of Natasha. Saying these words, Agent Phil departed for the control room. We were about to continue our conversation when a man suddenly came running towards us. With the help of my dragon sense, I could clearly sense that his body was a lot more powerful compared to an ordinary human. He was clearly a superhuman. For some reason, I felt like I had seen his face before, but I could not remember where. James. I can't believe that you are still alive. As soon as I saw you with those claws, I knew that it was you. The man said with pure happiness on his face as he moved to hug Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan surprisingly didn't resist his hug for some reason. It was clear that the man recognized Mr. Logan even though he was in his suit. Perhaps he was someone from Mr. Logan's past. Did I know you before? I am sorry but I have lost my memories. Mr. Logan replied apologetically. What? You can't remember me, James? It's me, Steve Rogers. We fought together in the Second World War. The man introducing himself as Steve Rogers tried to remind Mr. Logan of the past times. As he said these words, however, I suddenly realized who he was. Steve Rogers and the Second World War. These two clues made me remember who he was. You are Captain America. I couldn't believe that I was before a living legend. I had been a big fan of him since I was a kid. Yes, I am indeed Captain America, he admitted with a shy smile. But how is that possible? Ms. Aurora asked, surprised by his presence since he should not be alive. We had found him sealed in ice several meters deep inside a glacier. Honestly, We still can't believe that the super soldier serum allowed him to survive inside the ice for 70 years. Actually, we wanted Captain here to enjoy his life, but we had to call him for this mission. Agent Natasha explained the reason why Captain America was still alive. However, we still knew nothing about the mission even now. It seems that Director Fury will be the one who will tell us. Look, this picture really shows both of us. Captain America took out a picture which clearly depicted both him and Mr. Logan in a military camp. Gentlemen, you will have time to talk about the past later. For now, we must move. Agent Natasha said, reminding us why we were here. As we started moving, we came across a person who clearly didn't seem to be a staff. Hello, Natasha. The man greeted Natasha, clearly knowing her. You must be Dr. Bruce Banner. Captain America said, recognizing him. You are Dr. Banner. I am a big fan of yours, sir. I was greatly impressed by your research on gamma rays. I said as I excitedly shaked his hand. I can't believe I met two people I deeply admired today. Although I knew what kind of monster Dr. Banner could transform into, I still admired the scientist in him. Didn't know that I still had fans after what had happened? Dr. Banner replied. However, it seems that he was happy to receive such admiration from me. Dr. Banner, I hope that you will be able to find Tesseract. Captain America said. I will see what I can do. Dr. Banner replied. Tesseract. Could it be the same artifact that I knew about, or was it just something with the same name? Since you are going to know about it in a few minutes anyways, let me tell you about it. Agent Natasha said, finally allowing us to get some information. This is Tesseract. Agent Natasha said, showing us the picture of a blue glowing cube. It has been stolen and our mission is to retrieve it. It contains enough energy to completely change this world. So, you understand how important this mission is. The rest, Director will tell you. Damn it! This Tesseract looked just like how Ancient One had described it to me. But shouldn't it be on Asgard and not on Earth? I must tell this to Ancient One as soon as I get the chance. Agent Romanoff. A staff member came and murmured something to Agent Natasha. It seems that we must now enter the carrier. The air is going to be sparse in a while. Agent Natasha said to all of us. Is this a submarine? Captain America questioned. How about I show you all? Agent Natasha said as she took us to the railing. Soon after we reached it, the water started churning and then a freaking jet engine appeared out of water. Looking around, it seems that there were jet engines on both sides of the carrier. Is this carrier going to fly? Ms. Ororo asked, amazed by the phenomenon before her eyes. Yes, it is. There is a reason it is called a helicarrier. Agent Natasha said with a smirk. So, worse than a submarine, huh? Captain America commented. I think not, Captain. Now, follow me. Agent Natasha asked for us to follow her inside the helicarrier. As we started moving inside, I saw the opportunity. I immediately activated the chameleon mode of the suit, which created optical illusions around my suit. This mode would be more than enough to mask any spell I casted. I then casted a communication spell, sending information about Tesseract to Ancient One that it was on Earth. Tesseract is on Earth, and the world knows about it. I don't have the whole information, but it seems to have been stolen. Looks like Ancient One understood how important this information was since she replied in just a minute. Keep an eye around and send me any information you find as soon as possible. I will see what I can do on my side. Chapter 86. Chapter 85. Director, we are here. Agent Natasha said to the man on the platform as we entered the control room. In the center of the room, I could see a dark-skinned man with an eye patch on his left eye. So, this was the famed director of the S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. I am glad that everyone is here. Please wait for a moment. I shall start the briefing soon. Director Nick Fury said to us as he focused on other matters. Director, the engines are working well. All systems are green. The helicarrier is fully operational. A staff member reported. Then, are we ready to start the invisibility panels? Director Fury questioned. Yes, we are, Director. The answer came in affirmative. Then, let's go invisible. Director Fury ordered. Damn. This helicarrier could even turn invisible. And here I thought that our technology was decades behind to achieve such a feat. Dr. Banner. Director Fury suddenly addressed Dr. Banner, finally moving his attention to us. Yes. Dr. Banner answered abruptly, not expecting to be addressed first. Have you thought of a way to track Tesseract's gamma radiation? Director Fury asked. Yes, I have. I would require every lab you can order to do the following. For the next few minutes, Dr. Banner explained his strategy for tracking Tesseract's gamma radiation. It was rather enlightening for me since I learnt a lot from Dr. Banner's unique strategy. After this mission was over, maybe I could ask Dr. Banner for his number so that we would be in contact. I could honestly learn a lot from him. I believe it is now time for the briefing. Director Fury asked us to follow him for the briefing. Following him, we entered a meeting room which had a large monitor. This is our target, Tesseract, as you all should already have known by now. Director Fury showed us the image of Tesseract Cube once all of us sat down. It is said to have come from Asgard. It was actually found first by Hydra, but after the Second World War, it fell into our hands. For which I would like to thank Captain here. Director Fury said while pointing to Captain America, who nodded. 2 days ago, Tesseract suddenly got out of control and created a portal from which this guy appeared. He calls himself Loki of Asgard. The monitor now showed the image of Loki, a black-haired green-eyed man who wore clothes of a unique design which was clearly not of Earth. As soon as he appeared, he immediately stole the Tesseract and ran away despite our utmost attempts to stop him. Your goal is to capture Loki and recover Tesseract. Director Fury finally mentioned our mission. Perhaps Loki just wants to obtain what he believes belongs to Asgard. Ms. Aurora said her thoughts. I am sure that this is not the case. Director Fury denied Ms. Aurora's assumption. In fact, we had contact with Loki's brother Thor last year and our relationship could be called amenable. If they wanted Tesseract back then, they could easily have asked for it. This leads us to believe that Loki is a rogue element. Director Fury explained why this assumption could not be true. Now, let's talk about Loki's abilities which we have seen till now. Loki wields a staff which can release some kind of energy blasts. But that is not his strongest power. He can use his staff to mind control people and even enslave them. When you first appeared, he mind-controlled several of our agents including our top agent Hawkeye and lead scientist Eric Selvig. This makes him extremely dangerous. So, you all must make sure not to let his staff touch your body if you can help it. I was stunned when I heard about mind control. From what I had learnt about telepathy, it was pretty much impossible to have enough control over one's mind to literally enslave him, especially for a long time. If this Loki can mind control people, then why did you not ask for a telepath? Mr. Logan asked in a furious tone. Clearly he was angry that Director Fury had made such an obvious mistake. It is not that we had not considered it. But Professor Xavier can't join the mission because of his paralysis, and the only other options are 2 young girls whom we don't want to send on a battlefield. Moreover, we believe that telepathy would not be of much help since this level of mind control has never been seen before. So, we decided to call for all 3 telepaths once we have even a single mind-controlled person in our grasp. Mr. Logan calmed down as he heard Director Fury's argument, which clearly made sense. Anyways, I will leave you all here so that you can start getting along. I believe that it will be helpful during the mission. Agent Phil. Director Fury suddenly addressed Agent Phil. Yes, Director. Agent Phil L. stepped forward as soon as he heard the call. Take Dr. Banner to the laboratory we have prepared for him. Director Fury ordered before leaving the room. This way, Doctor. Dr. Banner followed Agent Phil out of the meeting room. So, we used to know each other, Captain? Mr. Logan asked Captain America once Director Fury left. Of course, we knew each other. How can I forget these claws of yours even if they have got an upgrade? Also, please call me Steve. We used to be as close as brothers, you know? Captain America replied warmly. I wish I remembered you. If only those Hydra bastard had not captured me. Mr. Logan said, cursing Hydra. What? Those bastards are still around? Captain America asked, shocked upon learning about this fact. We thought that they have been destroyed. But apparently, they are still around, just hiding and biding their time. Ms. Aurora explained. And here I was happy that at least someone I knew was alive and just like how I had left him. Still it is good that you didn't die at the hands of Hydra. Captain America said, trying to still be upbeat. Sensing that everyone's focus was on Captain America and Mr. Logan, I quickly activated the chameleon mode once again and sent everything I had learnt using a communication spell to Ancient One. Ancient One soon replied, knowing the urgency of the situation. It is likely that Loki is indeed a rogue element. Be careful and don't act carelessly. Tesseract is important enough to start an intergalactic war. An intergalactic war. Just what was this Tesseract? Director Nick Fury said that it contained near limitless energy, while Ancient One said that it was a spatial artifact. Everyone. Suddenly, a staff entered the meeting room and addressed all of us. We found Loki. Chapter 87. Chapter 86. Where is Loki? Captain America questioned as soon as we entered the control room. He is in Stuttgart, prancing around like he owns the place. Director Fury answered. Everyone, get ready. It's time for you to confront the target. Captain, don your suit. It's time for you to return. Director Fury ordered. All right, Director. Captain America nodded to his words. Albion. Director Fury suddenly addressed me as I moved to depart along with everyone else. What is it, Director? I asked. I have seen how strong your powers are, even when you are holding them back. I want you to take one of the most important positions. You will be in the rear, watching and intervening only if the team is in danger or Loki is about to escape. Director Fury asked for me to take the rear. In simple words, he was just asking me to be backup even after knowing how powerful I was. Don't know if it was because he didn't deem me experienced enough due to my age or because he genuinely wanted me to be a wild card. As you say, Director, I said, accepting his order since I had no other choice. Bow down, humans. Your place is below us. It had only been a few minutes since Loki had appeared, and he had already bent everyone here to their knees. I could see 4 illusory clones of Loki surrounding the crowd, clearly a magic trick. This confirmed that Loki was indeed a magic user. Although it was already likely from his previous actions, this just confirmed the fact. Open the hatch. I will drop on that building. I told Agent Natasha to drop me down on a nearby building which had a clear view of Loki. Hope you know what you are doing, Albion. Agent Natasha said, worried by the fact that I was going to jump several meters. Oh, this is nothing, I said as I jumped off the jet and landed on the building smoothly. Below, I could see that a brave old man had stood up in defiance to Loki, who clearly didn't like it a single bit. Fortunately, the jet had already reached near the ground and Captain America and Mr. Logan were dropping on the ground through a rope. Now, see the result of your defiance, Loki said as he readied an energy bolt towards the old man. I was about to retaliate with a lightning bolt of my own when Captain America jumped down from the rope and shielded the old man from the energy bolt with his famed shield. Surprisingly, as soon as the energy world hit the captain's shield, it was reflected back to Loki. Even though Loki had only shot a low-powered bolt, it was still shocking. Didn't know that vibranium could do this? I would have to ask Captain later if I could borrow his shield for some research. I remember that I had fought someone with the same ideology as yours during the Second World War, Captain America said, trying to draw Loki's attention to him so that the civilians could escape. A soldier? Of a different time, huh? Loki commented. Looks like he already knew about Captain. It is your time that is going to end, Loki, Captain said as Mr. Logan landed and the fighter jet locked its weapons on him. Lay down your weapon, Loki, Agent Natasha said through the speaker, threatening Loki. As a response, Loki launched an energy bolt at the jet, which Agent Natasha barely made the jet dodge. Seeing Loki's attack, Captain threw his shield at him but Loki deflected it with his staff. Captain then ran to fight him in close combat with Mr. Logan following closely behind. Captain threw punches at Loki but he easily parried them with his staff despite Captain's super strength. Looks like his strength was not low at all despite him being a mage. However, Loki had to dodge as Mr. Logan came at him with his claws unleashed. Captain America soon joined Mr. Logan, having retrieved his shield. It was clear to see that Loki was having difficulty fighting with both Captain and Mr. Logan in close combat. Although I wonder why he was not using his magic. Perhaps he just deemed humans too lesser to use magic on them. Damn it! You are just insects, humans, Loki said as he used his staff to create a shockwave which threw Captain and Mr. Logan back. He was clearly angry that Mr. Logan and Captain had overpowered him. But as soon as the shockwave ended, a large bolt of lightning fell towards Loki. I could see Ms. Aurora in the air, having finally joined the battle. However, Loki was not one to be defeated by just this much. Just before the lightning hit his body, he created a barrier which blocked it. You could not have joined earlier, Storm, Mr. Logan complained. Both of you were too close for me to attack Loki. Now let me focus. Ms. Aurora as she focused on breaking Loki's barrier with her lightning. Should I attack too? It should be enough to break the barrier, I asked Agent Natasha through the earpiece she had given me for the mission. Before she could answer, music suddenly started streaming to my earpiece. All of you started the party without me. A male arrogant voice sounded as a figure suddenly flew into the scene. As the figure passed by me, I realized who it was from the unique suit. It was freaking Iron Man. S.H.I.E.L.D. had even contacted Tony Stark for the Avengers. As Iron Man flew into the battleground below, he launched a few missiles at Loki's barrier, causing it to finally shatter. The shattering of the barrier caused Loki to fly backwards from the impact. Ready for a beating, Horned Bull, Iron Man said in his typical arrogant tone as he pointed his hands at him, ready to shoot laser beams. Ms. Aurora charged lightning bolts in both of her hands while Captain and Mr. Logan also readied themselves to engage Loki once again. But to everyone's surprise, Loki dropped his staff and put his hands up as a sign of surrender. His golden armor along with his horned helmet also disappeared as if they were just illusions. Is he actually going to surrender? Agent Natasha said in a surprised tone through the earpiece. Should I shoot a bolt of lightning at him just to check? I asked for her permission. Do it. But only a low-powered one. We need him able to speak. Agent Natasha instructed. With pleasure. I said as I launched a bolt of my iconic red lightning at Loki. The red lightning bolt hit Loki easily, taking him down as he was clearly not ready for the surprise attack. What the hell was that for? I was clearly surrendering. Loki shouted angrily, flabbergasted by my attack. Chapter 88. Chapter 87. That was one hell of a lightning, man. Though I have never seen red lightning before. Quite a fascinating mutation you have. Mr. Stark said to me, having been impressed by that last attack of mine. We were currently on the fighter jet, en route to helicarrier to drop Loki off. Captain America and Mr. Stark had currently their mask and helmet respectively off to get some air. You are that Red Lightning, right? The one who has been in news lately. Mr. Stark asked for confirmation. Indeed, I am Red Lightning. However, I prefer to be called Albion. I answered. By the way, what is your suit made of? The scaly design reminds me of snake leather. I once wore clothes made of it, but it just didn't suit my fashion sense. Mr. Stark asked, curious about the nature of my suit. Sorry, I can't answer that. I replied apologetically since the suit was made from an interdimensional beast's leather. No worries. After all, I don't go around revealing the secrets of my Iron Man suit. By the way, why the hell were you in the rear with this power? Mr. Stark asked. It was Director Fury's order. He wanted me to watch the area to prevent Loki's escape. I answered. Director. We have captured Loki. He surrendered on his own for some reason. Agent Natasha said through the comms, briefing Director Fury about the situation. Has he said anything? Director Fury questioned. No, he has been silent, not speaking even a single word. Agent Natasha answered. Just bring him to the helicarrier. We will take care of everything else. Director Fury said and ended the call. Stark, I think that something is not right. Captain America said, wary of Loki's sudden surrender. Of course, something is not right. This bastard here obviously didn't make this huge mess just to surrender. Mr. Stark replied. Unfortunately, we have no choice but to go with his ruse. It is the only way we can get to Tesseract. Ms. Aurora said with a sigh. Who the hell are you? Loki suddenly asked me. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled by Loki's question. I had not heard of someone like you when I had come to Earth last year. Loki said, clarifying. Well, you would obviously not have heard about Albion here since he has awakened his abilities only a few months ago. Besides, you look down so much on us humans that you would probably not even have properly researched us. Mr. Stark said. Don't make me laugh. Loki said, snickering as he heard Mr. Stark's words. You think that he is human? What a joke. Just the staggering amount of magical energy flowing through his body proves that he can't be human. Not to mention humans, even Asgardians don't have this much magical energy in them except for perhaps my father Odin. Even I, Loki, the god of magic and mischief, doesn't have this much amount of magical energy coursing through my veins. I have to say that this Loki is indeed a great mage. He could easily feel the magical energy inside my body without using a single spell. But if he had such exceptional perception, then why did he fucking surrender? Huh. Magic is real? That is all Mr. Stark said despite hearing so much about me from Loki. Crack. Before I could say something, I suddenly felt a huge explosion of energy right above our aircraft. Moreover, lightning started crackling in the sky out of nowhere. It can't be. Loki said with a shocked expression upon seeing the lightning. What? You got PTSD from the last attack? Mr. Stark asked jokingly. No. Loki said, shaking his head. This lightning is sign of misfortune for all of us. Thump. Suddenly, a thumbing sound was heard from above us. Someone had obviously landed on the jet. Hearing the sound, everyone got alert. Captain and Mr. Stark wore their mask and helmet respectively. Mr. Logan unsheathed his claws and lightning crackled in Ms. Aurora's hands. Everyone was ready to face our unexpected guest. Then, Mr. Stark opened the deck suddenly without asking anyone. What are you doing, Stark? Captain asked furiously. Welcoming our guest. Mr. Stark replied. As if on cue, a man dropped on the deck. He wore a metallic armor along with a red cape. He had long blonde hair. But the most unique thing about him was the hammer in his hand. Based on his appearance, he was likely Thor, brother of Loki director Fury had told us about. With my dragon sense, I could feel that Thor was dangerous, powerful enough to make me enter my draconic form to defeat him. "Hello, Mr. Stark went to greet her, but he hit Mr. Stark with his hammer, causing him to fly backwards and hit the wall. But I could see that Thor had clearly held his strength back despite his dismissive attitude towards us. Before we could take any action towards Thor, he grabbed Loki quickly and flew away with him. Where did Thor came from? Agent Natasha asked from the pilot's seat. It doesn't matter. We need Loki, otherwise we will never get the Tesseract, Mr. Stark said as he readied himself to chase after Thor. Wait, Captain said, stopping Mr. Stark. We need to make an attack plan. I have a plan. Attack, Mr. Stark said as he flew away to chase after Thor. Since Mr. Stark has already gone, I should go to support him as well, I said as I approached the deck. I had felt Thor's true power. As such, it would be better for me to fight Thor rather than Mr. Stark. But you have not taken a parachute. How will you fly? Agent Natasha questioned. You don't know about these, right? I said as the back of my suit opened and my wings unfurled. Are those wings? Captain said in a surprised tone. Well, see ya later, I said and flew off. With my now enhanced wings, I soon reached where Mr. Stark was. Is that you, Albion? Didn't know that you had these jets? Mr. Stark commented as he saw my wings. However, I didn't answer and instead flew off ahead of him. I didn't want him to risk his life against Thor when he didn't know Thor's true power. Hey, wait for me, damn it. I could hear Mr. Stark complaining as I flew ahead. Soon, I found Thor and Loki with the help of my dragon sense. They were on a small hill. Thor was arguing about something with Loki. I saw a relatively high-powered lightning bolt at Thor since I knew that he could take it. As the lightning bolt hit Thor, it caused him to fly into the forest due to the impact. Ignoring Loki for now, I chased after Thor since he was the priority for now. As I landed before Thor, I could see that he had received not a single scratch from my lightning bolt. You are the first one I have seen whose lightning could affect me, Thor said in praise to my attack. But nothing will stop me from taking Loki today, Thor said as he called his hammer to his hand. I too got ready for my most serious battle since I had received my powers. Chapter 89. Chapter 88. Thor was the strongest person I had ever met if I excluded Spider Supreme and Melusine from the list. As such, I could not take him carelessly even if he was holding back his strength. So, I had to use my draconic form. I first used the transformation bracelet to remove the suit from my upper body since it could no longer withstand the power of my draconic form after the upgrade. This also caused my face, which was hidden under the hood till now, to be finally revealed. As horns grew on my head, my hands became claws and red glowing lines appeared on my upper body. I could see surprise in Thor's eyes. But he soon got ready again to face me. Once the transformation was complete, I blitzed at Thor, taking full advantage of my speed and gave him one mean punch on his stomach, causing him to fly backwards. Taking advantage of the small moment Thor was stunned due to my punch, I casted the dancing fireball spell and shot the fireballs at Thor since lightning obviously didn't work against him. However, Thor got rid of the fireballs by just spinning his hammer around. Once the fireballs were finished, he threw his hammer at me. But I dodged the hammer easily using my tremendous speed. Thor called his hammer back to his hand upon seeing the attack miss. I was about to attack once again when Thor was suddenly hit by a laser beam. Albion, I am here to, Mr. Stark called out to me as he reached us, but he was clearly surprised by my draconic appearance. Is that how you look generally, Albion? Mr. Stark asked curiously. No, the claws and horns are temporary, I replied. So, you have this lady killer look always, huh? And here I thought that I was one of the most handsome men in the world. Mr. Stark commented. Hey, caped guy. What is your problem? He asked Thor. I just want Loki. He needs to face Asgard's justice. Thor answered. If Loki surrenders Tesseract, it doesn't matter to us what you do with him. But until then, Loki is in our custody, Mr. Stark said. By the way, does your mother know that you wear her clothes? Mr. Stark taunted Thor, referring to his cape. Incensed by Mr. Stark's taunt, Thor suddenly launched a lightning bolt at Mr. Stark. I counterattacked with a lightning bolt of my own immediately, but Thor's attack had already hit Mr. Stark's Iron Man suit. Are you all right, Mr. Stark? I rushed at Mr. Stark's side and asked. Suit is at 400% power. Mr. Stark's suit notified him about the suit's condition. Never better. Mr. Stark replied upon seeing the suit's condition. Taking advantage of his suit's excess power, Mr. Stark released a heavily enhanced beam at Thor, causing him to crash into a nearby tree. But even after taking this many hits, Thor didn't look any worse for wear. Furious, Thor threw his hammer at Mr. Stark, realizing that he was the weaker one among us, causing Mr. Stark to fly away from the impact. Sensing that the hammer attack was not too strong, I rushed towards Thor since he didn't have his hammer at the moment. Boosting my wings, I took Thor to the skies and crashed him through a nearby hill. Thor tried to resist my grasp but couldn't do anything due to my tremendous speed. After crashing him through the hill, I took him downwards and then threw him into the forest, causing him to crash through various trees. That was some good beatdown, Albion. Mr. Stark commented as he reached me. You will pay for this, Thor said as he called his hammer back to his hand. He then flew at me and tried to hit me with his hammer, but I dodged once again with my speed and even kicked him as he flew past me. Mr. Stark, you attack from long range. I will take care of close combat, I suggested to Mr. Stark. With pleasure, Mr. Stark replied, agreeing to my proposal. I engaged Thor once again, throwing a punch at him. Thor tried to retaliate with a punch of his own, but he was not able to hit me due to my speed. Frustrated by his inability to hit me, Thor swung his hammer at me, which I again dodged. Seeing the opportunity, Thor disengaged. But as soon as he disengaged, Thor was showered by Mr. Stark's laser beams. Thor was about to attack Mr. Stark when suddenly a shield came out of nowhere and hit Thor before reflecting to hit Mr. Stark. Looking at the direction where the shield had come from, I could see Captain America along with Mr. Logan and Ms. Aurora. They had finally arrived. Enough of this senseless fighting, Captain America said, addressing us. I just want to bring Loki to justice, Thor said, explaining his motives. If you are really on our side, then prove it. Drop the hammer, Captain ordered Thor. You are asking me to drop the hammer, Thor said, clearly furious upon hearing Captain's order. Wait a minute. Thor was from Norse mythology and was worshipped by the Vikings, a warrior race. And it was a taboo for them to drop their weapon since it signified surrender. Crack. I was about to clarify to Thor that we didn't want his surrender when his hammer was suddenly shrouded with a large amount of lightning. Thor was clearly charging a powerful attack, this time using his full power. Against such an attack, the only option for me was to use my own lightning. I charged my red lightning, ready to use its true power for the first time since the upgrade. Ha! Thor let out a roar as he unleashed a beam of lightning towards us. As a counterattack, I too shot a beam of red lightning at him. The two beams of lightning collided in midair, each contending to surpass the other. But after a moment, the lightning beams suddenly started combining with each other, creating an unstable sphere. Seeing the weird phenomenon, both me and Thor stopped unleashing the lightning, but it was clear upon seeing the unstable sphere that there was going to be an explosion any second. Run! I shouted to everyone as I boosted my wings to fly in the opposite direction. As I flew, I grabbed Captain and Mr. Logan since they were the only ones who didn't have any flight capability. Ms. Aurora and Mr. Stark also started flying away, and I could see Thor also moving away from the unstable sphere. Boom! The unstable sphere exploded like it had been predicted. Fortunately, all of us were far away that we only felt the shockwaves from the explosion. Looking back, I could see that all that was left of the explosion site was one big crater. Shall we end it here? Captain said as a sign of peace. Fine. Thor agreed to Captain's proposal, ready to end any hostility for now. Chapter 90. Chapter 89. As the fighter jet docked on the helicarrier and our team along with Thor departed with Loki following in handcuffs, I suddenly received a message from Ancient One. I suddenly perceived a huge concentration of dark energy near your last known location. Do you know anything about it, Peter? Perhaps the dark energy referred to the sudden explosion of energy I had felt when Thor had appeared. I quickly messaged Ancient One about the whole matter with Thor. This is a very concerning matter. Thor teleporting to Earth in this way signifies that Bifrost, the main way of teleportation in Asgard, is not working currently. Meaning that Asgard can't support us in case something unfortunate like an intergalactic invasion happens. Keep an eye on everything and continue reporting to me. If possible, scan Loki's unique staff you had told me about and send me its data. I immediately became alert upon reading Ancient One's message. It was clear that the situation could get worse any moment. A group of armed soldiers came to apprehend Loki as soon as we docked. They took Loki towards the prison made especially for him, while we moved towards the control room. Loki has been caught already. That's great news. Dr. Banner said as he joined us on our way to the control room. Once we entered the control room, we could see that Director Nick Fury was missing. "Where is Director Fury?" Captain asked. "Here." A woman I had often seen around Director Fury answered as she opened a monitor which showed Director Fury in front of Loki's special prison made from highly tempered glass. "So, would you tell me now where is Tesseract?" Director Fury asked Loki rather politely, considering Loki's situation. Ha 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 ha. Loki actually started laughing hysterically after hearing Director Fury's words. "To think that you are desperate enough to recruit these riffraffs to create a team. You even brought a monster aboard this ship, one who still likes to pretend that he is not one." It was clear that Loki was talking about Dr. Banner when he said the word monster. But when I looked at Dr. Banner's face, I could see that Loki's words had no effect on him. His expression had not changed a single bit so far. "Still, I didn't know that you had another monster. Moreover, this monster seems to be pretty much tamed. However, I doubt how long this would last." Loki was clearly talking about me this time. I would not decline that I could be said to be a monster if one looked at my abilities. But what Loki didn't know was that I was a monster who would never get out of control. "You came so close yet you could not obtain Tesseract. How pitiful," Loki said sarcastically. "You think that the Tesseract is just a source of near-infinite energy. But it is much more, and I will show you its true power very soon." "We will see," Director Fury said furiously as he left Loki's prison, realizing that he would get nothing out of him. "Do you know anything about Loki's plan, Thor?" Captain asked Thor. "Loki has made an alliance with a race called Chitauri. This race is not from Asgard nor from any other civilization we know about. What I know is that the Chitauri plan to conquer Earth, and to do so, they need to use the Tesseract to open a portal to Earth for which Loki has come here." Thor revealed Loki's plans, shocking us all. "Say, Thor, these Chitauri are quite technologically advanced, right?" I asked Thor. "Yes, they are." "Why?" Thor questioned. "Then, what is stopping them from directly invading Earth?" I asked. "It is not as simple as it looks. Despite Earth being self-governed by humans, it is actually under Asgard's protection if we look at it from an intergalactic perspective. So, if the Chitauri actually try to invade directly, Asgard will be able to perceive it easily and stop them using the power of the entire 9 realms." Thor explained the whole matter, causing us to release a sigh of relief. At least, we know Loki needs to create a portal on Earth to bring the Chitauri in. It will make it much easier for us to stop this alien invasion since we know how they are going to do it, Captain said. "I don't think that we should focus much on Loki. He clearly seems a madman." Dr. Banner gave his opinion. "Don't say so. Loki may be mad or not, but he is still my brother," Thor said, a little angry. "Loki killed over 80 people in just 2 days. Agent Natasha argued. "Well, he was adopted," Thor replied, accepting that he was wrong. "But why did his men steal iridium while he himself surrendered to distract us?" Dr. Banner questioned. "Because iridium calms down Tesseract's energy," Mr. Stark said as he appeared in the control room with Agent Phil. "This means that Loki can use it to open the portal for however long he wants, and however big he wants it to be as long as he can find an available source of energy," Mr. Stark explained as he moved towards the main computer. "Where is Fury, Maria?" he asked the woman, apparently named Maria, as he continued to fiddle with the computer for some reason. "He is coming in about a minute," Agent Maria answered. "Loki's puppets may find everything else to make the portal, but they can't find one thing, a massive source of energy." Mr. Stark continued his lecture, which I believe only around half of us could follow. "Since when did you become an expert on Tesseract?" Agent Maria questioned. "Since yesterday. After you gave me Eric Selvig's notes," Mr. Stark answered. "Eric Selvig?" Thor suddenly asked about the scientist Eric Selvig. He was the lead scientist on Tesseract project. Dr. Banner explained who Eric Selvig was. "I know him. He is a good friend of mine." Thor explained his relation with Eric Selvig. If Eric Selvig's research furthers, he would be able to activate Tesseract using any nuclear reactor on Earth. Dr. Banner hypothesized. "Finally someone who can understand me," Mr. Stark said joyfully. "It's nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. I am a great fan of your work in the field of science. And I really like it when you become a giant green monster," Mr. Stark said, showing admiration for both Dr. Banner and Hulk. "Thank you," Dr. Banner said uncomfortably. "Dr. Banner is here only to find Tesseract, and you would help him achieve this objective, Stark," Director Fury said as he entered the control room. "I think we should also check that staff of his. We might find something," Captain suggested. It is obvious that this staff runs on Tesseract's energy. As such, it is a must to check on this staff. Director Fury said, giving his approval. Find out how it mind-controlled my best scientists and agents. Speaking of mind control, now that Loki is in our grasp, shall we try telepathy on him to find his secrets? Ms. Ororo suggested. I was already about to order it to you, Storm. You need to go and pick up Professor Xavier for this very purpose. Director Fury said, revealing that he had the same objective on his mind. It will not be easy to penetrate Loki's mind. He is one of the most accomplished mages on Asgard. His mind is like a fortress. Thor said upon hearing Director Fury's orders regarding the use of telepathy on Loki. Then, why don't you also grab the girls? Their telepathy is getting stronger day by day. I suggested. Good idea. Do as he said, Storm. Director Fury agreed to my proposal. By the way, Albion, why don't you join Tony Stark and Dr. Banner for the research? Your enhanced intelligence may prove useful. You already have worked along with Hank. So, you can clearly help them. Ms. Ororo suggested. I nearly jumped in joy as I heard Ms. Ororo's suggestion. I was just thinking a way to easily approach Loki's staff. This would give me the perfect chance. A mutant with enhanced intelligence. You clearly need to come to Stark Tower one day, Albion. Mr. Stark offered as he heard about my enhanced intelligence. All right. You can join the research. If nothing else, you can at least run the calculations. Chapter 91. Chapter 90. Albion, scan the staff using the gamma receptors. Dr. Banner instructed me. The gamma readings are exactly like that of Tesseract from Eric Selvig's notes. But if we continue like this, it will take weeks before we can find Tesseract. Dr. Banner said after seeing the speed of the computers. Not if we hack the main server on the helicarrier. With its computing power, I believe that it will not take even half a day. Mr. Stark said, talking about hacking the main server. Damn. No wonder Mr. Stark had such a bad reputation despite being Iron Man. It had not been an hour since he was on the helicarrier and he was already thinking of hacking its main server. Well, I have only brought my toothbrush. So, I have nothing to do with this matter. Dr. Banner replied, refusing to participate in Mr. Stark's shenanigans. You should come to Stark Tower, Dr. Banner. And you too, Albion. The entire upper 10 floors are reserved for research. Mr. Stark proposed. Wanted to work with like minds. It would be an honor, Mr. Stark. I replied. Glad to have such an opportunity. Wait a minute. You are always addressing everyone quite politely. How old are you, Albion? Mr. Stark suddenly questioned. I am 17 years old. I answered hesitantly. So, you are just a kid, huh? Mr. Stark said while laughing. Well, this kid can go toe-to-toe with Thor, you know. I replied. So, you have got snark as well, huh? It would clearly be fun working with you. What have you thought about my proposal, Dr. Banner? Mr. Stark asked Dr. Banner. I am thankful for your offer, Tony. But the last time I had went to New York, I had destroyed an entire district. Dr. Banner replied in a sad tone. I promise that no one will disturb you. Just think about it. Mr. Stark said. Then suddenly, out of nowhere he jabbed his pen in Dr. Banner's side and the pen let out a small shock, startling Dr. Banner. Ouch! Dr. Banner yelped in pain. Have you gone mad, Stark? Captain asked as he entered with Mr. Logan. It seems that he was trying to make Mr. Logan remember his past memories. That is why he was currently with Mr. Logan. Was there any doubt about it? Mr. Stark answered while shrugging. You have learned how to control your anger extremely well, Dr. Banner. What is your secret? Exercise, yoga or something else? Mr. Stark asked Dr. Banner, impressed by his discipline. Is everything a joke to you, Stark? You could have put the lives of everyone on the helicarrier in danger. Are you all right, Dr. Banner? Any surges of anger? Captain asked, worried about Dr. Banner's condition. It's all right. If I could not handle such small taunts, I would not have come here. Dr. Banner ensured that everything was all right. What are you doing, Stark? Fury has asked you to do your job, not to play around and risk everyone's life, Captain said in a furious tone. I am doing my job, Captain. But I can't do it unless I have all the clues. Why did Fury call us only now and not before? He is clearly hiding something. Mr. Stark opened up on his thoughts. You really think so, Stark? What are your thoughts, James, or should I say Logan? Captain asked Mr. Logan. Something is clearly afoot, Steve. We were approached just a few hours before the mission with an irresistible offer. Fury would not have done so if he didn't have anything to hide. Mr. Logan expressed his doubts. Come on, Captain. Fury is a true spy. His secrets have secrets. Even Dr. Banner knows this, right? Mr. Stark asked Dr. Banner. I will not say anything on this matter, Dr. Banner said, declining to express his opinion. Dr. Banner, Captain said, insisting for him to express his opinion. All right. Loki said that the Tesseract is a source of inexhaustible energy. This clearly sounds similar to the Stark Tower in New York. Loki must already have heard about it, Dr. Banner said. You mean that ugly building? Captain said, clearly having a grudge against Mr. Stark. Stark Tower runs on a massive arc reactor, which is a source of clean energy that can easily run the entire tower for nearly a year by itself. Dr. Banner explained the importance of Stark Tower. Don't you watch the news, Captain? All the news portals were covering this news. I asked curiously. I didn't realize that it was such a big matter, Captain explained. This is just the start, my dear friends. There is a lot of work still to do, Mr. Stark said proudly. But why did S.H.I.E.L.D. not ask Tony for help on the Tesseract when he was already working on a similar project? In the first place, what was S.H.I.E.L.D., a military intelligence agency, doing in the energy field? Dr. Banner laid out his suspicions. You don't need to worry. Everything will be clear once I hack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. In a few hours, I will know S.H.I.E.L.D.'s every secret, no matter how disgusting it is, Mr. Stark said, revealing his plans. And you still don't know why Fury doesn't like you? Captain asked. An intelligence agency can never like an intelligent person, Mr. Stark replied. I think that Tony's concerns are genuine, Captain, Dr. Banner said in support. I think that Loki is trying to confuse us. We should just follow our orders, Captain said. Following orders is not my style, Mr. Stark said in return. Right. Style is everything for you, Stark. Come, James. I need your help for something, Captain said and left with Mr. Logan. To think that my father used to talk so much about him, Mr. Stark said once Captain left. Your views are just too different. He is a soldier and you are a scientist in some ways, Mr. Stark. It is Captain's ideology to follow while yours is to learn more. I gave my opinion. Finally, someone who understands me. It was worth it to have you in the lab, Mr. Stark said with a smile on his face. By the way, you are not any lesser than Hulk yourself, Albion. Who do you think would win if both of you fought? Mr. Stark questioned. I would hope that moment never came, Dr. Banner replied in an annoyed tone. You know, metal shards are still inside my body, trying to kill me from inside. This arc reactor in my chest stops it from happening. Mr. Stark shared his story upon seeing that Dr. Banner was clearly irritated after the whole discussion. Well, my instincts were also on fire when my powers first awakened. It was literally a miracle that I had not hurt anyone when that happened. I shared my own experience. Really? How did you control it then? Mr. Stark asked, surprised that I had went something similar to Dr. Banner. Through martial arts. At first, it was nearly impossible for me to learn them. But slowly, I got better and now my instincts are a part of my body once again like they had never gone wild. I answered. Then, you should teach Dr. Banner some martial arts after this mission. It would clearly be helpful for him. Right, Dr. Banner? Mr. Stark asked. You all have learned how to conquer your weaknesses. I believe that is impossible for me, Dr. Banner replied in a fatigued tone. I don't think so, Dr. Banner. I have read about you. It should have literally been impossible for you to survive that gamma-ray bombardment, Mr. Stark said, revealing his theory. So, you think that Hulk, my other personality, saved my life? If so, then why? Dr. Banner asked. That is what we have to find out, Mr. Stark replied. Upon hearing their conversation, I realized that I could perhaps trust Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner regarding my identity as a sorcerer and ask their help in examining Loki's staff. Mr. Stark, I have a way which can help us greatly in furthering our research. Chapter 92. Chapter 91. Really? Then, why did not you reveal it earlier? Mr. Stark asked. Even Dr. Banner seemed curious. It is not something I can reveal to S.H.I.E.L.D., at least not yet. I explained. Who knows what S.H.I.E.L.D. would do if they found out that I was a sorcerer? I understand. Everyone has some secrets, after all, Mr. Stark said, putting on an all-knowing expression. Since you are hacking into the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main systems, have you overwritten the cameras and other spy gadgets in the lab? I asked Mr. Stark. Of course I have. What do you think of me? I am not a noob, kid. Still, you would be surprised by how many spy gadgets there were in the room. Mr. Stark answered. That's great, I said, and then looked outside the lab to check if there were any onlookers. Upon confirming that there was no one around, I came near the staff and readied myself to start the staff's examination using the mystic arts. Don't be surprised by what I am about to do. I warned both of them and then created a spell circle. What the fuck? Mr. Stark exclaimed but didn't interrupt me. Several more spell circles appeared around Loki's staff, creating an illusory barrier which would prevent the testing from being observed by any onlookers. What the hell was that? Mr. Stark asked once the spell circle disappeared from my hands as I completed the illusory barrier. As you have seen, I am a sorcerer. I answered truthfully. Both Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner fell silent upon hearing the answer, quietly digesting the truth they had just seen before their eyes. We already knew that this staff was a magic staff, but I had not expected that there were actually magic users, or as you say, sorcerers still on Earth. Dr. Banner said after few minutes. Well, the sorcerers generally do not interfere in human affairs. They only get involved if there is an incident involving magic or dimensions. The other times, we are just sitting around in our headquarters, silently studying magic. I answered why no one, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about the sorcerers. We will talk about magic later. First, explain how this magic you have used will further our research, Mr. Stark asked, focusing on the research for now since it was more important. I have created this illusory barrier which will prevent any onlooker from seeing me cast magic since the spell I am going to cast is a long one. Once the analysis spell finishes its work, I will have every information about Loki's staff from the perspective of magic. I explained. Then, what are we waiting for? Start immediately, Albion. Mr. Stark hurried me. I stepped inside the barrier along with Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner, the inside currently similar to the outside. Spell circles once again covered my hands as I casted the analysis spell. Magic circles appeared all over the staff as the spell was completed, analyzing every part and function of it. I think it will take around an hour for the analysis to finish. I told the estimated time. So, in just an hour, you will know everything about this staff, huh? Sounds quite convenient. Mr. Stark commented. Not everything. There is only so much the spell can find in an hour. But we will have most of the information. However, it will not be me who will have it, I said, shocking both of them. What do you mean you will not have the information? Mr. Stark shouted. Actually, I have only been learning the mystic arts for a few months. So, it will actually be my teacher, Ancient One, who will analyze the information which I would send once the spell completes its work. I explained sheepishly. You don't need to worry though. The sorcerers have already researched the Tesseract once several centuries ago. As such, it should be easy for my master to interpret the information. We will probably get an answer in just a few hours. Wait a minute. The sorcerers knew about the Tesseract and had even researched it before. Then, how did it fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D.? The matter of the Tesseract should come into the purview of the sorcerers if I am correct. Dr. Banner questioned. It is because the Tesseract was not supposed to even be on Earth. It was supposed to be on Asgard. I answered. Let's see what can we find with magic, kiddo? After all, science seems to be rather slow in this regard. Mr. Stark said. Emma's POV. Is it really all right to leave the students alone in the mansion? I asked worriedly as the X-Jet flew in the night sky. Ordinary teenagers were already a handful, but these ones had superpowers. As such, I couldn't help but worry. It is only for a few hours. Besides, I have already warned them to not do anything mischievous while we are gone, Professor Xavier said, reassuring me. Looks like we are here. Ms. Aurora's voice came from the cabin. Indeed, I could see the so-called helicarrier flying in the sky. It honestly felt surreal to see an aircraft carrier actually flying in the sky. Check again that your masks are properly tight. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. is our ally, we can't take risks, especially since we have confirmed that there are Hydra spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. Professor Xavier warned us as the X-Jet docked on the helicarrier. Hello, Professor Xavier. I am thankful that you came as fast as you could. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff. Agent Natasha, a beautiful red-haired agent, greeted as once we landed on the helicarrier. And what shall I call these ladies? Agent Natasha asked for our introduction. She is Silencer, and I am Phoenix. Jean introduced both of us. Since she didn't have any good name, it was decided that she would take the Phoenix code name, especially since it was her who had the greatest connection to the Phoenix Force. You would have time to talk with your fellow teammates later. But we first need you to open the mind of our prisoner if it is possible. Agent Natasha immediately spoke of the purpose for which we had arrived, and then started taking us to that prisoner. Loki. I wonder if we would be able to open the mind of a so-called god. After all, he has achieved complete mind control. Something considered near impossible for us telepaths. Professor Xavier said as we moved through the hallways towards our destination. Wait here. Agent Natasha said once we reached the end of a hallway. Loki is ahead. I will first talk with him so as to divert his attention. You can see everything inside through this monitor. Agent Natasha explained what she was about to do. Once I give the signal, enter the prison room and immediately attack his mind. Agent Natasha explained the plan and went inside to meet Loki. Welcome, Agent Romanoff. What have you come for? Loki asked politely, to our surprise. What have you done with Agent Barton? Agent Natasha demanded. Oh, is it love I am seeing in your eyes, Agent Romanoff? Loki said mockingly. Love is for children. I just want to repay a favor. Agent Natasha clarified. Ha 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 ha. Loki started laughing hysterically upon hearing Agent Natasha's words. Barton has told me everything about you, Agent Romanoff. You have killed a whole lot of people. And you want to repent by just saving a single man. This is just a child's wish. As he said these words, it was obvious to see the insanity in Loki's eyes. I will offer you a deal. I will not touch Barton, not unless he kills you after torturing you in every single way possible. Only then will I return his free will to him so that he can realize what he has done. And then I will kill him. You are a monster, Loki. Agent Natasha said furiously. It is you who has brought not one but two monsters aboard the ship. Loki said, mistakenly revealing his plan. So, that is your plan, huh? Let's see what other plans you have. It's time to start, Professor. Agent Natasha signaled for us to start the operation. I and Jean ran inside with Ms. Aurora pushing Professor Xavier behind us. Before Loki could understand why we're here, we attacked his mind with a psychic attack. Let's see what secrets lie in a so-called god's mind. Chapter 93. Chapter 92. Emma's POV. As soon as we entered Loki's mind, we could see what kind of form his mental defense took. The mental defense was different for every person who could create one since they created it by themselves. In Loki's case, the mental defense appeared in the form of a blue energy barrier with golden lines on it. However, we had no time to analyze the barrier properly since we had to break it as soon as possible. We attacked the mental barrier using the equivalent of a sledgehammer, all of our attacks landing at the same spot so that we could smash through the barrier. But despite us hammering continuously at the same spot, only cracks had appeared on the mental barrier with no chance of it shattering quickly in sight. Ha 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 ha. I would admit that I had not expected this. Suddenly, Loki's voice sounded in the mental space, coming from all directions. At this moment, it was clear that Loki had learnt about the psychic attack on his mind. A giant face of Loki formed on the mental barrier and in response to it, the mind avatars of us also appeared before the barrier. This was how it looks inside a mental battlefield, in case the honor of the mind was strong enough to sense the intruders and fight against them. The owner of the mind was always in a greater position compared to the intruders since it was his turf. Your attempt was truly marvelous. If it was not for the fact that my mind had been enhanced by my staff's power, you would have really entered my mind and learnt my secrets. Loki applauded our attempt even though it had failed. Still, you have provided me some good entertainment. I will not fight needlessly with you. You are free to leave. Loki said, letting us leave as if he was taking pity on us. Emma, I think we need to use it. Jean said in a determined tone upon seeing the whole situation. I know what Jean was referring to. In the data given by Spider Supreme about the Phoenix Force, there was a way for us to channel and use the Phoenix Force's power temporarily, for about a minute. This method, however, took a heavy toll on one's mind. But with Jean besides me, she could mitigate the worst of the toll. Moreover, it was me who had to do it instead of Jean since I was the one whose telepathy was stronger. And we had to do it now since the cracks on the barrier were already regenerating. Try to mitigate what you can, I said as I channeled the near-endless power of the Phoenix Force through my mind. My mind avatar was soon shrouded in a fiery aura which took the form of a giant bird. The power Phoenix Force gave me was truly great. It honestly felt like I could control the entire world with this power. Yet it felt like this power could consume my mind whenever it wanted. Besides me, Jean was also shrouded in a fiery aura, albeit a smaller one in size as she tried to mitigate the load on my mind. Professor Xavier was on standby, ready to help at any moment. What is it, this power? Loki said, his voice laced with fear as he sensed the amount of psionic energy coursing through my body. You don't need to know, I said with a smirk as I readied my attack. A giant fiery bird appeared before me and upon my direction, flew and smashed into the mental barrier, completely shattering it. Ah! Loki's projection screamed as it was destroyed along with the barrier. Come, we need to hurry. Loki's mind is momentarily in shock because we broke his mental barrier, but he will not be always like this. We need to read his mind and find what we need before he throws us out. Professor Xavier instructed. As per his orders, our mind avatars deconstructed as our formless minds finally entered Loki's mindscape. But what we saw was something we had never expected. Loki's mind could be said to be a giant orb full of blue energy, where the blue energy actually represented his memories. Yet what scared us were the various golden strands which were present all over the orb as if parasiting it. Professor Xavier hesitantly contacted a nearby golden strand, but immediately removed his mind from it as if he had been shocked. What happened, Professor? Jean asked worriedly. See for yourself. Professor Xavier connected our mind and showed what he had seen inside the golden strand. There were several pictures and voices he showed to us which completely shook our minds. Asgard is your enemy, not your friend. You deserve to be the king of Asgard, not Thor. Humans are lesser compared to you. As such, they deserve to be your slaves. All I could see were several commands which aggravated Loki's already worse personality. But there was one single command which was the most superior one and repeated several times. Bring the Tesseract to the Master at any cost. At this moment, after seeing the commands in the golden strands, it was clear what had happened to Loki. Loki was mind-controlled himself. When will your teacher Ancient One send what she has analyzed from the data? It is already morning. Mr. Stark complained as there had been no update even after several hours since I had sent the staff's data to Ancient One. It takes some time, Mr. Stark. Be a little patient. I replied. Well, it seems that we won't need it in the end. After all, we have already cracked the Tesseract's signal. Now, all we need to do is track the signal, which will be handled by the various labs around the world. Dr. Banner gave the good news. Now that our work is done, we can see S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets, my dear friends. Mr. Stark said, showing us that he had hacked the main computer. But it looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. has also found you hacking it. I said as I looked at the monitor. It doesn't matter now. Mr. Stark replied, clearly not considering S.H.I.E.L.D. as a threat. What are you doing, Stark? I had not recruited you so that you could hack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. As if on cue, Director Fury appeared in the lab and asked Mr. Stark furiously. What is this, Director? Before Mr. Stark could say anything in response, Captain America appeared in the room along with Mr. Logan and slammed a weapon on the desk. The weapon had Hydra's logo and Tesseract's energy could be felt inside it, albeit a very small amount. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. creating a weapons using Tesseract, Director? Mr. Logan asked threateningly. He seemed ready to unleash his claws at any moment. You are misunderstanding, Captain. S.H.I.E.L.D. has only collected everything related to Tesseract. Director Fury said, trying to appease everyone, but we were clearly not buying it. Then what is this project, Director? This Phase 2, where you would create weapons using Tesseract. Mr. Stark said, showing files on the Phase 2. What am I seeing, Director Fury? Just what the hell are you trying to do? Professor Xavier asked furiously as he entered the lab along with Agent Natasha, Jean, and Emma. Thor also entered the lab soon after. It was clear that no one was happy to learn that S.H.I.E.L.D. was creating weapons of mass destruction. We can explain it later. But first I need to tell everyone something. It's incredibly important for the mission. Agent Natasha said, revealing that they had found something extremely important. Fine, tell what it is, Captain said, willing to listen. Loki is being mind-controlled himself. Chapter 94. Chapter 93. Why the hell had Ancient One came herself when I had already given the data of Loki's staff to her? Could it be that something was very wrong with that staff? This was the only reason Ancient One could have arrived so abruptly without even informing me. After all, this act of hers revealed the existence of the sorcerers to S.H.I.E.L.D. As if to prove my point, Ancient One pointed her hand at the staff and casted a spell. A portal suddenly appeared beneath the staff, swallowing it and taking it who knows where. At first, everyone was surprised by Ancient One's sudden appearance, but they got alert upon seeing Ancient One's actions. Director Fury and Agent Natasha even drew their guns and pointed them at Ancient One. "Who the hell are you and where is the staff?" Director Fury asked furiously. "At ease, Director. I am not foe of yours. Like you, I also work for the protection of Earth," Ancient One said as she raised her hands in the air to show that she meant no harm. But I knew that this act of Ancient One was just a ruse. Just the amount of magical energy around her showed that she had more than enough protections in case Director Fury or Agent Natasha actually fired. "How can we believe you? Do you have any proof?" Director Fury asked, clearly skeptical of her. "It is actually quite easy to prove. Why don't you explain it, Thor?" To everyone's surprise, Ancient One asked Thor. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we have met, Ancient One. You look as beautiful as you did 500 years ago when I, Loki and Father had arrived on Earth for a visit," Thor said to Ancient One, clearly recognizing her. But what surprised me was the fact that Ancient One had met Thor 500 years ago. I knew that Ancient One was old but not this old. "You know her, Thor?" Director Fury asked Thor. "Yes, I know of her. You don't need to suspect her. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj have protected Earth from interdimensional as well as magical threats since ancient times. Ancient One is their leader. She must have a reason for taking Loki's staff," Thor said, vouching for her. Upon hearing Thor's words, everyone's alertness reduced and Director Fury and Agent Natasha even put down their guns. Director Fury was even silent for a few minutes as he tried to digest what Thor had said about Ancient One and the sorcerers of Kamar Taj. "So, from what I understand, you are an authority which deals with dimensional and magical problems." Director Fury questioned Ancient One. "Yes. Although we have a few other functions, this is the gist of it," Ancient One confirmed. "Then why did you not know about Tesseract? It clearly falls into your field. Where were you when Red Skull attempted to use Tesseract for world domination, and we experimented on Tesseract?" Director Fury asked, his voice filled with anger. "We would have interfered if we actually knew that the Tesseract was on Earth. It was supposed to be on Asgard, but Thor's father Odin in his wisdom hid it on Earth and didn't even check on it often," Ancient One explained as her furious gaze fell on Thor. "Father thought that the Tesseract would be safer on Earth since no one would know about its true power here," Thor explained ashamedly. "Then why did you not interfere last year when a magic robot had arrived on Earth from Asgard and almost destroyed an entire town?" Director Fury questioned once again. He clearly had a lot of questions to ask after learning about the existence of Kamar Taj. "We didn't interfere first because of strict orders from Odin, and afterwards, Loki, who was the king of Asgard at that time, also gave orders for us to not interfere during the whole time Thor was on Earth because it was a trial for Thor. When the destroyer was deployed in Earth, we were going to interfere, but fortunately Thor handled everything. We are a reclusive group and we don't want to interfere much in mortal affairs if possible." Ancient One explained the reason why they could not interfere, revealing that Asgard didn't want them to interfere. "Then why have you interfered now? What do you want to do with Loki's staff?" Director Fury questioned her motives for taking Loki's staff. "You know what? I was not going to interfere even after it was revealed that Tesseract was on Earth. Thor was already on Earth, and it looked like the team you had created could defeat Loki and take the Tesseract back to Asgard. But then Peter, who is also a sorcerer, sent me the data of Loki's staff he had analyzed, and upon seeing it, I knew that I had to interfere." "You are also a sorcerer, Peter?" Director Fury asked me as he heard Ancient One's words. "Yes," I replied in affirmation. Director Fury rubbed his forehead upon hearing my affirmation. It seems like he was frustrated that things were getting out of hand and he still didn't know much about the situation. "We will talk about this later," Director Fury said to me as he turned back to face Ancient One. "What is it did you find in this staff that you had to interfere?" he questioned Ancient One. "You may think that this staff actually runs on Tesseract's energy, but it's just a camouflage. This staff contains something as dangerous as Tesseract. And it was because of it that Loki could mind control people." Ancient One explained the staff's importance and danger. "Does this mean that it was actually this staff which mind controlled Loki?" Thor asked. "What? Loki was mind-controlled. Ancient One was surprised when she heard this news. Yes, Loki's entire mindscape was filled with threads of golden energy which controlled his thought process. Professor Xavier explained what he had found inside Loki's mind. Then, it is clear that the staff was definitely used to mind-control Loki. Ancient One confirmed Professor Xavier's assumption. That is why I took the staff. Someone had clearly given this staff to Loki after controlling his mind. Who it was, I don't know. Instead, we should be thankful that it was not a galactic civilization. Otherwise, if any galactic civilization found about even a single one of either the Tesseract or the staff, we would have a galactic invasion on Earth. That is how powerful they are. Do you now understand why I took the staff? Director Fury was stunned for a few minutes as he realized what the Tesseract or the staff implied. But we still need the staff to find the Tesseract. Unless you can find it yourself, Ancient One. Director Fury asked for Ancient One's understanding. You don't need to worry about that. The Tesseract is already at your door. Ancient One said cryptically. Beep. Beep. Before any one of us could understand what she meant by her words, the gamma sensor program suddenly started beeping, revealing that it had found Tesseract. Dr. Banner immediately went to check where it was, but had a look of shock as he saw the location of Tesseract. Why is the sensor showing that the Tesseract is in the air, moving around the helicarrier? Chapter 95. Chapter 94. But how is this possible? Captain said upon hearing about Tesseract's location. Ring. Ring. Before we could make any sense of the result, a call came on Director Fury's receiver. Director, there has been a weird phenomenon. A fighter jet was heading towards the helicarrier, but as it came near, it suddenly lost its direction and slipped past the helicarrier. The staff reported the incident with the fighter jet. Then, it's obvious. Tesseract is on that jet. Mr. Stark said what was on everyone's mind. But why would Loki's minions bring Tesseract to us? And how did they even get helicarrier's location? Director Fury questioned why this was happening. If they have come directly with Tesseract, it's obvious that they are here for an attack which they are sure would definitely succeed, Captain said with experience. But how did they find the helicarrier then since it's invisible? Moreover, they just slipped right past us as if they could not track us anymore. Director Fury said as he tried to connect the dots. It just means that whatever they used to track us is not working anymore, Mr. Stark said, giving his insight. It would have to be something related to Loki. Then, how did the tracker got deactivated? Professor Xavier questioned. The staff. Mr. Stark said as he realized what was the tracker. The staff was the only thing related to Loki which was interfered with when Ancient One had teleported the staff to who knows where. The staff was the tracker. How did you not find it after hours of research on the staff, Stark? Director Fury asked Mr. Stark in a furious tone since his negligence had almost been the cause of an assault on the helicarrier. The tracker could be a magical one, Fury. Or maybe it was some alien tech. I don't know everything, Mr. Stark replied, clarifying that he was not all-knowing. We will talk about this mistake later. For now, we have a golden opportunity we will never get again. Not only is the Tesseract on that jet, it is likely that our mind-controlled agents are also there. Get ready, everyone. I want all of you to be on the deck in a few minutes. We will not get this chance again. As such, we need to attack before they can even think of retreating. Sure, let me get my armor. I will show those guys who is the boss, Mr. Stark said, raring to go so as to fix his mistake. If you don't mind, I can help. I can create a portal inside that jet, directly allowing you to catch them unaware. Ancient One offered her help so as to create a favorable impression of herself. Then, I would thank you in advance, Ancient One. Your portal will allow us to catch them off guard and subdue them without any causality to any side. Director Fury thanked Ancient One sincerely, although he seemed to be in awe of the power of the mystic arts. Hey Peter! Mr. Stark suddenly whispered to me. What? I questioned. Can you also create a portal inside a moving vehicle? Mr. Stark asked curiously. Of course, I can't. I am still a rookie and this application of portals is something I think that other than Ancient One, only those masters who are proficient in portals can do this. Do you think it is easy to create a portal inside a moving vehicle, especially one which is airborne? To do so, Not only does one have to continuously grasp the coordinates of the vehicle, but also move the portal continuously so that it is inside the vehicle. Why did you even ask? I questioned Mr. Stark with a sigh. Well, I thought that this would allow us to access Helicarrier whenever we wanted if you could create a portal inside it. Mr. Stark answered, mischief clearly on his mind. Enough of this muttering. We need to discuss who among us will go on the jet attack. As we are going directly to the jet, we will only require a small team. Director Fury said as he reprimanded us. Before any of us could volunteer, Professor Xavier suddenly spoke. Why don't Wolverine, Storm, and Albion go? They are already in their suit and have prior experience fighting together. With the three of them, the attack will be a piece of cake. Storm also knows how to drive a jet so she can gain control over the jet. You are correct. The three of them would indeed be more than enough, Director Fury said as he agreed to Professor Xavier's advice. Since the three of you are already prepared, shall I open the portal now? Ancient One questioned. Upon hearing her question, Mr. Logan and Ms. Aurora shared a look with me and nodded to show that they were ready. We are ready, I said, giving my affirmation. Try not to kill anyone. The attackers likely have important information, Director Fury said as we readied ourselves mentally. I am opening the portal now, Ancient One said as she created the portal. As soon as the portal was created, we immediately rushed inside, ready to fully use the advantage of surprise. What the hell is this? I heard someone mutter as he looked at the portal. Everyone here was dressed in military suits, completely ready for an assault. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they looked at us appearing from the portal. But without giving them a chance to recover, I and Mr. Logan lunged at them. I punched a nearby man on the chin, immediately knocking him out. The nearby men rushed to attack me, but I easily blocked their attacks. Their attacks were clearly trained, but unfortunately for them, I was much stronger with simply better training. As such, it didn't even take me a minute to knock out everyone who was engaging me. I looked at the other side to see that Mr. Logan had almost finished his side. Since we didn't want to kill anyone, Mr. Logan was not using his claws. Instead, he was just blocking all the attacks on him with his enhanced body, and then knocking them out using counterattacks. I don't know how you came here, but you are now finished, a remaining soldier said to us as he held a gun in his hands. He along with the remaining soldiers had regrouped a little far from us, and were now pointing their guns at us. I don't think so, Ms. Aurora said as she shot a stream of lightning through her hands at them, shocking them to unconsciousness. Just as I thought that everyone here had been knocked out, a man appeared from behind the door which led to the pilot cabin and shot a freaking arrow at us using a bow. However, the arrow was not that fast for me, and I simply caught it in my hand. Ping! Ping! I hastily put my hand equipped with the dragon claws around the arrowhead as I realized that it was a freaking bomb. The bomb exploded inside my hand covered with the dragon claws, but the artifact easily weathered through it with its incredible resistance. Not willing to risk anything more, I rushed at the bowman using my enhanced speed and chopped at the back of his neck, causing him to fall unconscious without getting even a single chance to retaliate. What is happening? The pilot's voice came from the pilot cabin. I will take care of the pilot, Ms. Aurora said as she entered the cabin. Ah! Soon after, the pilot's scream was heard. I am now in control of the jet. Find the Tesseract, Ms. Aurora said from the cabin. Where could that glowing cube be? Mr. Logan said as he looked around. Here it is, I said as I looked at a strongly sealed box near where the bowman was hiding. Shall we check the goods first? Mr. Logan asked. Why not? I said as I opened the box with a little flick of my hand which shattered the lock on the box. So, this is the thing which has everyone madly after it, I said as I looked at the blue glowing cube lying in the box.